My precious child, I see the heavy burdens you have been carrying in silence. You think no one notices the tears you wipe away before facing the world, but I have counted every single one of them. You have been walking this road for a long time, holding on to faith even when your strength felt entirely depleted. Today, I am asking you to stop. Just for this moment, stop running. Stop trying to fix everything on your own. I am here to tell you, let me help you. You do not have to carry the weight of your family, your health, or your future on your own shoulders anymore. I am your steadfast foundation, and I will not let you fall. If you have been praying for a clear sign, for a moment of absolute rest, this is truly it. Do not turn away. Stay here with me in this quiet space. In the time we spend together right now, I am going to reveal how I am already working in the shadows of your life to bring you peace, restoration, and a divine blessing you never saw coming. Open your heart, listen closely, and let my grace completely cover your earthly worries today. Breathe deeply, my beloved child, and let the heavy weight of the world slip from your tired shoulders in this very moment. I have drawn you into this quiet space because I know exactly how exhausted your spirit has become. You've been running a marathon that no one else truly sees, carrying invisible weights that you have carefully hidden behind a brave smile and a steadfast demeanor. For so long, you have been the strong one, the one everyone else leans on, the one who holds the pieces together when the storms of life threaten to shatter the peace of your home. But right now, in the stillness of our time together, I am giving you a command born entirely of my infinite love for you. You are permitted to rest. You can stop fighting the battles that I have already won. You can lay down the shield you have been holding up for so many years. Within the first few moments of hearing my voice, I want you to feel a profound, tangible shift in your atmosphere. I want the anxious rhythm of your heart to slow down, matching the steady, unshakable rhythm of my eternal grace. You have been striving, planning, and worrying about tomorrow, trying to orchestrate a perfect outcome for circumstances that are entirely out of your control. Let all of that go right now. I am the author of your days, and I have already written a beautiful conclusion to the chapter that is currently causing you so much distress. This is your immediate sanctuary. Here, you do not have to perform. You do not have to be perfectly strong, and you certainly do not have to figure out the answers to the complexities that loom on your horizon. My presence is enveloping you like a warm, protective mantle, shielding your mind from the harsh winds of earthly anxiety. Receive this initial wave of divine comfort and know that as you continue to listen, this peace will only deepen, saturating the driest, most weary corners of your soul. I want to take a moment to speak directly to the decades of quiet, unseen faith you have poured out before me. Oh, my faithful servant, do you truly believe that any of your sacrifices have gone unnoticed in the courts of heaven? The world measures success by loud achievements and visible accolades, but I measure devotion by the quiet consistency of a heart that seeks me in the shadows. I have seen the early mornings when you rose before the sun, wrapping a blanket around your shoulders just to sit in the quiet with my word. I've seen the late nights when sleep evaded you, and instead of giving in to despair, you turned your ceiling into an altar, lifting the names of your loved ones up to my throne. I was there in the decades past when you were navigating the overwhelming demands of raising a family, working tirelessly, and trying to keep your head above water. When you gave up your own dreams to ensure that your children had what they needed, I was standing right beside you, recording every single act of selfless love. I saw the times you placed the last of your resources into the offering plate, trusting me to provide your daily bread when the mathematics of your life simply did not make sense. I have watched you endure changing seasons, cultural shifts, and the inevitable physical changes that come with the passing of years. You look in the mirror and perhaps you see fading youth or diminished strength, but when I look at you, I see a spirit that has been refined by the fire, shining with a brilliance that can only be forged through decades of unwavering trust. I see roots that have grown so deep into the soil of my truth that no earthly hurricane could ever uproot you. There were seasons, I know, when the heavens seemed like brass. There were prolonged periods of drought where you cried out to me, wondering if I had forgotten your address, wondering if your prayers were simply evaporating into empty air. Yet, even in those agonizing silences, you did not walk away. You stayed. You kept bowing your head. You kept uttering my name. You kept showing up to serve others even when your own heart was breaking. That kind of enduring, stubborn, beautiful faith is a rare treasure, and it brings immense joy to my heart. I want to validate every single tear you have shed in secret. I have gathered them all. None were wasted. Every moment you chose faith over fear. Every instance you chose forgiveness over bitterness. Every time you whispered a prayer of gratitude in the midst of a severe trial, it has all been woven into a magnificent tapestry of legacy that is echoing through eternity. You may feel ordinary, but your lifelong dedication has made you a spiritual giant in my kingdom. As we sit together in this truth, it is crucial that you understand the profound difference between the temporary rest the world offers and the eternal peace that I am imparting to you today. You have tried to find relief through human methods. You have sought out sleep, hoping to wake up refreshed, only to find that your mind continues to race the moment your eyes open. You have tried to distract yourself with the noise of the world, with entertainment, with keeping busy, thinking that if you just keep moving, the shadows of worry will not be able to catch up with you. But human rest is merely a pause button on your physical exertion. It does nothing to cure the deep spiritual exhaustion that comes from carrying burdens you were never designed to bear. Sleep repairs the body, but only my spirit can restore the soul. The peace I give is not the absence of trouble. It is not a fragile, temporary quietness that shatters the moment your phone rings with bad news or a bill arrives in the mail. My peace is an imposing, impenetrable fortress erected right in the center of your spirit. It is a deep, slow-moving river of grace that flows beneath the surface of your circumstances, completely undisturbed by the chaotic weather patterns of your daily life. When you operate in my divine peace, you can look directly into the face of an uncertain future and feel absolutely no terror, because your confidence is anchored securely in my unchanging nature, not in the shifting sands of human predictability. The world calls peace a feeling of calm. I call peace a person, and my name is Jesus. When you invite me to truly occupy the throne of your anxieties, a supernatural exchange takes place. You trade your limited, exhausted human understanding for my boundless, infinite wisdom. You begin to realize that you do not need to have all the answers because you are intimately connected to the one who holds the blueprint of the universe. This is the peace that surpasses all human logic and understanding. It is a peace that makes no sense to those who do not know me. They will look at the challenges you are facing, the health reports, the financial strains, the family conflicts, and they will marvel at how you are standing so tall. They will wonder how you can sing a song of joy in the dark. The secret is that you are no longer relying on your own reserves. You are plugged into an eternal reservoir of divine energy. Stop trying to merely sleep away your sorrow. Instead, open your spirit right now and drink deeply from the well of my comforting presence. Let my peace wash over your mind, washing away the toxic accumulation of overthinking, of playing out worst-case scenarios, of obsessing over conversations you cannot change. I am settling your mind. I am calming your nervous system. I am breathing divine oxygen into your weary lungs. As you settle deeper into this profound, heavenly rest, I am asking you to do something that might feel incredibly difficult, yet it is absolutely necessary for your total liberation. I need you to hand over the heavy yoke of your family burdens. I know the depth of your love for your children, your grandchildren, your spouse, and your extended family. I placed that fierce, protective love inside your heart. It is a reflection of my own love for you. But over the years, that beautiful love has slowly morphed into a crushing burden of responsibility that I never asked you to carry alone. You've taken on the role of the ultimate protector, the chief problem solver, the emotional anchor for everyone connected to your bloodline. You lie awake at night agonizing over the choices your adult children are making. You worry endlessly about the world your grandchildren are growing up in, fearing for their safety, their morality, and their future. You carry the pain of fractured relationships, of prodigals who have walked away from the faith, of spouses who are struggling with health or spiritual apathy. You feel a heavy, suffocating guilt, wondering if you did enough, if you prayed enough, if you set the right example. My precious child, listen to me closely. You are merely the vessel. You are not the source. You were chosen to steward these beautiful souls, but they belong entirely to me. I created them. I knit them together in the womb. I know the exact number of hairs on their heads, and my love for them infinitely surpasses even the deepest depths of your parental affection. When you try to control their outcomes, when you try to shield them from every consequence, when you carry the guilt of their independent choices, you are attempting to take my place in their lives. You are carrying a yoke that is severely misaligned with your human capacity, and it is breaking your back. I am gently extending my hands to you today, asking you to transfer the title deeds of your family's future over to me. Will you trust me with your children? Will you believe that my Holy Spirit can reach them in places where your words have long ceased to be effective? My arm is not too short to save them, nor is my ear too deaf to hear the prayers you have already planted in their history. Even when you see no visible evidence of change, I am actively working in the shadows of their lives, orchestrating encounters, softening hardened hearts, and preparing a road that leads them back to truth. You must release them. Releasing them does not mean you stop loving them. It means you start loving them with open hands instead of a clenched, anxious grip. It means you step back into your rightful position as a prayerful intercessor, allowing me to take the throne as their ultimate savior. Forgive yourself for the mistakes you made as a parent or a partner. I have already washed those shortcomings away in the ocean of my grace. The enemy wants you paralyzed by regret, forever looking backwards at what you should have done differently. But I am telling you that my redemptive power is more than capable of overriding your human imperfections. The legacy of faith you have built is far stronger than the isolated moments of failure you dwell upon. Take off the heavy, chafing yoke of family management. Step into my yoke, which is lined with grace, perfectly fitted to your shoulders and astonishingly light. Let me be the God of your family. Let me shoulder the weight of their spiritual destiny. As you surrender them to my care, you will feel an immediate, massive release of pressure from your chest. You will finally be able to breathe freely again, knowing that the greatest guardian of the universe is on active duty over the people you cherish most. If you are finding this peace in my presence, hit subscribe so you do not miss what comes next on this journey of healing, for there is so much more I have prepared to share with you. I am rebuilding your foundation today, brick by brick, restoring the joy of your salvation and reminding you that your latter days will be greater than your former. The heavy burdens of your daily life, the exhaustion of your mind, and the anxieties concerning your family are being lifted away in this very hour. You are standing in a clearing, bathed in the warm, restorative light of my unconditional love. But releasing your burdens is only the first step. There is a hidden wound you have carried since your youth that I am going to heal right now. Breathe deeply, my beloved child, and let the heavy, suffocating weight of the world slip completely from your tired, aching shoulders in this very moment. I have intentionally drawn you into this quiet, sacred space because I know exactly how utterly exhausted your spirit has become over these long, arduous years. You have been running a relentless marathon that no one else truly sees or understands, carrying invisible, crushing weights that you have carefully, desperately hidden behind a brave smile, a comforting word for others, and a steadfast, unwavering demeanor. For so long, for more seasons than you care to count, you have been the strong one. You have been the pillar of your family, the one everyone else leans on in their time of crisis, the one who tirelessly holds the fragmented pieces together when the violent storms of life threaten to shatter the fragile peace of your home and your community. You have absorbed the shocks, the disappointments, and the sudden tragedies, acting as a human shield for those you love, never once demanding that someone do the same for you. But right now, in the absolute stillness and purity of our time together, I am giving you a command born entirely, wonderfully out of my infinite, overwhelming love for you. You are permitted to rest. You are commanded to rest. You can officially stop fighting the endless battles that I have, in truth, already won on your behalf before the foundation of the world was even laid. You can finally lay down the heavy, battered shield you have been holding up for so many weary years. Within the first few moments of simply hearing my voice speak directly into your current reality, I want you to feel a profound, tangible, undeniable shift in your physical and spiritual atmosphere. I want the anxious, fluttering rhythm of your heart to slow down, gently decelerating until it matches the steady, unshakable, eternal rhythm of my boundless grace. You've been striving, planning, calculating, and worrying about tomorrow, desperately trying to orchestrate a perfect, painless outcome for circumstances that are entirely, fundamentally out of your control. Let every single ounce of that control go right now. I am the sovereign author of your days, the architect of your destiny, and I have already written a beautiful, triumphant conclusion to the very chapter that is currently causing you so much agonizing distress. This moment, right here and right now, is your immediate, untouchable sanctuary. Here in my presence, you do not have to perform for anyone's approval. You do not have to pretend to be perfectly strong, and you certainly do not have to figure out the answers to the monumental complexities that loom darkly on your horizon. My presence is currently enveloping you like a thick, warm, fiercely protective mantle, shielding your vulnerable mind from the harsh, biting winds of earthly anxiety and human expectation. Receive this initial rushing wave of divine comfort and know with absolute certainty that as you continue to listen to my words, this peace will only deepen, saturating the driest, most weary, and forgotten corners of your soul with living water. I want to take a significant, deliberate moment to speak directly and intimately to the decades of quiet, unseen, uncelebrated faith you have poured out before me like a fragrant offering. Oh, my faithful, enduring servant, do you truly, mistakenly believe that any of your sacrifices, however small or hidden, have gone unnoticed in the grand, radiant courts of heaven? The fallen world measures a life's success by loud achievements, financial accumulation, visible accolades, and public recognition. But I measure the true worth of devotion by the quiet, stubborn consistency of a heart that seeks me in the darkest shadows of life. I have seen it all. I have intimately witnessed the early freezing mornings when you rose long before the sun, wrapping a worn blanket around your shivering shoulders, just to sit in the absolute quiet with my living word open on your lap. I have been present for the late agonizing nights when restful sleep completely evaded you, and instead of giving in to the overwhelming temptation of despair, you turned your bedroom ceiling into a holy altar, lifting the names of your struggling loved ones up to my throne with tears streaming down your face. I was there with you in the decades past when you were tirelessly navigating the overwhelming, chaotic demands of raising a family, working physically and mentally exhausting jobs, and desperately trying to keep your head above the rising waters of debt and obligation. When you quietly, without a single complaint, gave up your own personal dreams, your own desires for travel or comfort to ensure that your children had shoes on their feet and a safe place to sleep. I was standing right beside you, meticulously recording every single act of selfless, beautiful love in my eternal book of remembrance. I saw the desperate times you placed the very last of your meager resources into the offering plate, completely trusting me to miraculously provide your daily bread when the cold mathematics of your earthly life simply did not make any logical sense. I have watched you endure shifting cultural seasons, confusing societal changes, the loss of dear friends, and the inevitable, sometimes painful physical changes that come with the relentless passing of years. You may look in the mirror today, and perhaps you see only fading youth, graying hair, or diminished physical strength, but let me tell you what I see. When I look at you, I see a magnificent spirit that has been perfectly refined by the intense fire of affliction, shining with a pure, brilliant luminescence that can only be forged through decades of unwavering, tested trust. I see deeply established roots that have grown so profoundly deep into the rich soil of my truth that absolutely no earthly hurricane, no economic collapse, no medical diagnosis could ever uproot you. There were seasons, I know intimately well, when the heavens above you seemed exactly like unyielding brass. There were prolonged, terrifying periods of spiritual drought where you cried out to me from the depths of your being, genuinely wondering if I had somehow forgotten your address, wondering if your desperate prayers were simply evaporating into empty, uncaring air. You felt abandoned. You felt isolated. Yet, even in those agonizing, crushing silences, you did not walk away from my table. You stayed. You stubbornly kept bowing your weary head. You kept softly uttering my name when you had no other words left. You kept showing up to serve others in your community and your church, even when your own heart was secretly breaking into 1,000 pieces. That kind of enduring, stubborn, beautiful, deeply rooted faith is an exceedingly rare treasure in this world, and it brings immense, overwhelming joy to my fatherly heart. I want to publicly validate and honor every single tear you have shed in secret over the course of your long life. I have personally gathered every single one of them in my bottle. Absolutely none were wasted. Every single moment you consciously chose faith over paralyzing fear. Every solitary instance you chose the excruciating path of forgiveness over the easy road of bitterness. Every time you whispered a breathless prayer of gratitude in the very midst of a severe, heartbreaking trial. It has all been intricately woven into a magnificent, eternal tapestry of legacy that is currently echoing through the halls of eternity. You may feel ordinary, you may feel overlooked by the passing generations, but your lifelong dedication has made you a towering spiritual giant in my kingdom. As we sit securely together in the warmth of this undeniable truth, it is vitally crucial that you deeply understand the profound, unbridgeable difference between the temporary, fragile rest the world frantically offers and the eternal bedrock peace that I am actively imparting to your spirit today. You have tried for so long to find relief through purely human, earthly methods. You have eagerly sought out sleep, hoping against hope to wake up feeling completely refreshed and renewed, only to find that your anxious mind continues to race the very moment your eyes flutter open to the morning light. You have tried repeatedly to distract yourself with the endless deafening noise of the world, with mindless entertainment, with keeping your schedule completely full, falsely thinking that if you just keep moving fast enough, the dark shadows of worry and regret will not be able to catch up with you. But human rest is merely a temporary pause button on your physical exertion. It does absolutely nothing to cure the deep, agonizing spiritual exhaustion that comes from perpetually carrying emotional and psychological burdens you were simply never designed by your Creator to bear. Physical sleep can repair the cellular damage of the body, but only the active presence of my Holy Spirit can truly restore the fractured pieces of a weary soul. The profound peace I give is absolutely not the mere absence of trouble or conflict. It is not a fragile, temporary, circumstantial quietness that completely shatters into a million pieces the moment your phone rings with unexpected bad news or a staggering, unforeseen medical bill suddenly arrives in the mail. No, my divine peace is an imposing, impenetrable, towering fortress systematically erected right in the very center of your spiritual being. It is a deep, slow-moving, unstoppable river of grace that flows powerfully beneath the turbulent surface of your daily circumstances, completely and utterly undisturbed by the chaotic, unpredictable weather patterns of your daily earthly life. When you intentionally choose to operate in my divine peace, you can look directly and fearlessly into the face of a completely uncertain future and feel absolutely no terror, because your internal confidence is anchored securely, permanently in my unchanging, steadfast nature, not in the shifting, sinking sands of human predictability or economic stability. The secular world calls peace a fleeting feeling of calm dependent on good circumstances. I declare that peace is a living person, and my name is Jesus. When you humbly and willingly invite me to truly occupy the central throne of your mind and your anxieties, A supernatural, miraculous exchange immediately takes place within you. You gladly trade your limited, exhausted, severely restricted human understanding for my boundless, infinite, perfect wisdom. You begin to slowly realize, with a deep sigh of relief, that you simply do not need to possess all the answers to tomorrow's problems, because you are intimately, organically connected to the one who holds the entire blueprint of the universe in the palm of his hand. This is the exact peace that completely surpasses all human logic, all scientific explanation, and all rational understanding. It is a profound peace that makes absolutely no sense to those who do not yet know me. They will look at the massive challenges you are currently facing, the frightening health reports, the severe financial strains, the deep family conflicts, and they will stand amazed, marveling at how you are standing so tall and unshaken. They will wonder in sheer disbelief how you can manage to sing a genuine song of joy in the pitch black of the night. The beautiful secret they do not understand is that you are no longer relying on your own rapidly depleting human reserves. You are permanently plugged into an eternal, overflowing reservoir of divine, miraculous energy. I implore you, stop trying to merely sleep away your deep-seated sorrow. Stop trying to medicate your spiritual exhaustion with temporary earthly comforts. Instead, open your spirit as wide as you can right now and drink deeply, continuously from the overflowing well of my comforting, majestic presence. Let my thick, substantial peace wash heavily over your mind, actively washing away the toxic, crippling accumulation of overthinking, of constantly playing out terrifying worst-case scenarios, of obsessively replaying conversations you can never change. I am right now settling your frantic mind. I'm actively calming your overstimulated nervous system. I'm breathing fresh, pure, divine oxygen into your weary, deflated lungs. As you allow yourself to settle even deeper into this profound, heavenly, enveloping rest, I'm going to ask you to do something that might initially feel incredibly difficult, perhaps even impossible, yet it is absolutely, non-negotiably necessary for your total, lasting spiritual liberation. I need you to completely hand over the heavy, crushing yoke of your family burdens. I know better than anyone the sheer depth of your love for your children, your precious grandchildren, your spouse, and your wide extended family. I intentionally placed that fierce, unyielding, protective love directly inside your heart. It is a beautiful, flawless reflection of my own intense fatherly love for you. But over the long years and decades, that beautiful, pure love has slowly, subtly morphed into a crushing, suffocating burden of ultimate responsibility that I absolutely never, ever asked you to carry alone. You have unwittingly taken on the heavy mantle of the ultimate protector, the chief problem solver, the spiritual and emotional anchor for every single person intimately connected to your bloodline. You lie awake in the darkest hours of the night, agonizing to the point of physical pain over the foolish or dangerous choices your adult children are currently making. You worry endlessly to the point of exhaustion about the dark, confusing world your innocent grandchildren are rapidly growing up in, fearing deeply for their physical safety, their moral compass, and their ultimate future. You carry the sharp, stinging pain of fractured family relationships, of rebellious prodigals who have stubbornly walked away from the faith you tried so hard to instill in them, of spouses who are painfully struggling with declining health or deep spiritual apathy. You feel a heavy, suffocating, constant guilt, constantly wondering if you somehow didn't do enough, if you didn't pray quite long enough, if you somehow failed to set the perfect example when they were young. My precious, overly burdened child, please listen to me very closely and let these words penetrate your deepest fears. You are merely the human vessel. You are absolutely not the divine source. You were chosen and honored to temporarily steward these beautiful, complicated souls on earth, but they ultimately, entirely belong to me. I created them from nothing. I carefully knit them together in their mother's womb. I know the exact specific number of hairs on each of their heads, and my deep pursuing love for them infinitely, vastly surpasses even the deepest, most profound depths of your parental or spousal affection. when you continuously try to control their outcomes, when you frantically try to shield them from every natural consequence of their actions, when you heavily carry the guilt of their own independent, free will choices, you are unintentionally attempting to take my rightful place in their lives. You are carrying a heavy wooden yoke that is severely, dangerously misaligned with your limited human capacity, and it is slowly but surely breaking your spirit and your physical health. I am gently, lovingly extending my nail-scarred hands to you today, asking you to boldly transfer the title deeds of your family's future entirely over to me. Will you finally trust me with your children? Will you genuinely believe that my omnipresent Holy Spirit can easily reach them in dark, distant places where your human words have long ceased to be effective or welcomed? My arm is never too short to save them, no matter how far they have run, nor is my ear ever too deaf to hear the decades of desperate prayers you have already planted deep in their history. Even when you look at their lives and see absolutely no visible evidence of positive change, I am actively, relentlessly working in the unseen shadows of their daily lives, perfectly orchestrating unexpected encounters, slowly softening hardened, cynical hearts, and meticulously preparing a road that ultimately leads them straight back to my truth. You must completely release them. Releasing them absolutely does not mean you stop deeply loving them. It means you courageously start loving them with open, trusting hands instead of a clenched, anxious, controlling grip. It means you humbly step back into your rightful, powerful position as a prayerful intercessor, allowing me to take my rightful throne as their ultimate, capable Savior. I ask you to forgive yourself for the completely normal mistakes you made as a parent, a provider, or a partner. I have already completely, permanently washed those human shortcomings away in the bottomless ocean of my redemptive grace. The enemy of your soul desperately wants you forever paralyzed by toxic regret, forever looking backwards at what you think you should have done differently, trapping you in a cycle of what-ifs. But I am emphatically telling you right now that my divine redemptive power is more than capable of totally overriding your human imperfections. The beautiful, enduring legacy of faith you have built over a lifetime is infinitely stronger and more impactful than the isolated moments of failure you continuously dwell upon. Take off the heavy, chafing, painful yoke of intense family management. Step willingly into my perfect yoke, which is lined with my soft grace, perfectly fitted to your aging shoulders and astonishingly, miraculously light. Let me truly be the God of your family. Let me easily shoulder the immense weight of their eternal spiritual destiny. As you consciously surrender them to my capable care, you will immediately feel a massive, undeniable release of intense pressure from your chest and your mind. You will finally be able to breathe freely, deeply, and joyfully again, resting in the absolute knowledge that the greatest, most powerful guardian of the entire universe is currently on active, relentless duty over the very people you cherish most in this world. If you are finding this deep, unshakable peace in my presence today, hit subscribe so you do not miss what comes next on this profound journey of healing. I am meticulously rebuilding your spiritual foundation today, brick by heavenly brick, completely restoring the pure joy of your salvation and reminding you that your latter days will undoubtedly be far greater and more peaceful than your former. The heavy, crushing burdens of your daily life, the relentless exhaustion of your mind, and the deep, abiding anxieties concerning your family are being permanently lifted away in this very sacred hour. You are now standing tall in a beautiful clearing, completely bathed in the warm, restorative, healing light of my unconditional, everlasting love. But releasing your burdens is only the first step. There's a hidden wound you have carried since your youth that I'm going to heal right now. Come closer to me now, my precious child, and let us walk gently into a space within your heart that you have kept heavily guarded for a very long time. In our previous moments together, we lifted the pressing weights of your current anxieties, clearing the atmosphere of your present day so that you could finally breathe. But as we sit here in this newly established peace, I am drawing near to a different kind of pain, a much older ache that resides deep within the silent corridors of your memory. This is the hidden wound we must address. It is not a wound inflicted by the struggles of today, nor is it an injury caused by your current circumstances. Rather, it is a heavy, invisible burden that you have been secretly carrying since your youth. A deep-seated sorrow born from the choices, the missteps, and the complex realities of your past. You have spent countless years, perhaps even decades, trying to outrun the shadows of your own history. You have tried to bury these painful memories under layers of service, under decades of faithful devotion, and under the frantic busyness of building a life for your family. Yet, in the quietest hours of the night, when the house is completely still and the distractions of the waking world have all faded away, these ghosts of your past return to visit you. They whisper softly in the dark, replaying ancient scenes of failure, projecting images of moments you desperately wish you could rewind and do differently. I see the way you wince in the dark, the way a sudden pang of sharp regret tightens your chest when a specific memory floats to the surface of your mind uninvited. You look back at the younger version of yourself with such intense, unforgiving scrutiny. You judge the person you were then with the accumulated wisdom you possess now, and in doing so, you have sentenced your own soul to a lifetime of quiet, relentless condemnation. But I did not bring you into this sacred encounter to condemn you. I brought you here to perform a divine surgery of spiritual healing, to completely and permanently sever the heavy chains that tether you to a past I have long since washed away. I want to speak directly to the very specific, piercing agony of parental guilt, for I know this is the heaviest stone in your collection of regrets. As you have grown older, watching your children navigate the complexities of their own adult lives, you have developed a painful habit of tracing their current struggles directly back to your own past imperfections. You analyze the years when they were young and vulnerable, and instead of seeing the beautiful, messy, loving home you fought so hard to provide, your eyes immediately lock onto your perceived failures. You remember the times you lost your temper because you were utterly exhausted from working multiple jobs just to keep the electricity on. You remember the seasons when you were emotionally distant because you were silently battling your own internal demons, desperately trying to survive circumstances that threatened to break you. You vividly recall the harsh words spoken in moments of sheer frustration, words you would now give anything to take back. You look at the divergent paths your children have taken, the pain they have experienced, the mistakes they have made, and a cruel, deceitful voice whispers in your ear that it is all your fault. That voice tells you that if you had only been more patient, if you had only prayed harder, if you had only made different financial or relational choices, your children would be walking a completely different, perfectly smooth road today. My beloved, you must listen to the absolute truth of my voice right now and let it shatter that cruel illusion forever. You are holding yourself to a standard of divine perfection that no human being was ever created to achieve. You were raising your children while you were still growing up yourself. You were pouring from a cup that was often cracked, desperately trying to navigate a broken world with the limited tools, the limited emotional capacity, and the limited understanding you possessed at that time. I was there in every single one of those messy, imperfect moments. I saw the pure, desperate love behind your exhaustion. I saw the tears you cried in the shower when you felt like you were failing them. And I am telling you today that I have stood in the gap for every single one of your shortcomings. I am the ultimate Father, and I have woven my divine grace through the fabric of their lives, filling in the hollow spaces where your human capacity simply ran out. You must release this toxic, suffocating guilt. It does not serve your children, it does not honor my sacrifice, and it is actively poisoning the beautiful twilight years I have ordained for you. The divine surgery I am performing in your soul right now is extracting that poison, pulling the heavy, rusted anchor of parental regret out of your spirit. I'm actively unbinding your soul from the ghost of the younger, less wise, overwhelmed person you used to be. You did the best you could with what you had, and where you fell short, my limitless grace immediately took over. Give me your regrets concerning your children. Let me wash those specific memories in the healing waters of my perfect love, leaving behind nothing but the quiet, unshakable assurance that my sovereign hand has always been guiding them, even through the impact of your human mistakes. But this profound healing extends far beyond the realm of your parenting. I am reaching down into the very foundation of your entire life story, addressing the multitude of choices that you label as catastrophic failures. You carry the agonizing weight of missed opportunities, of paths you were too afraid to take, of relationships you unknowingly fractured, and of times when you consciously chose to walk away from my light. You have constructed a mental museum of your most shameful moments, and you force yourself to walk through its dark halls on a regular basis, staring at the exhibits of your past sins. You wonder how a holy, righteous God could ever truly look upon a history so stained with compromise and failure, and still call you beloved. You quietly believe that while my grace is sufficient to secure your place in eternity, your earthly life is permanently tarnished, destined to always carry an asterisk of disappointment next to your name. This is a tragic, heartbreaking misunderstanding of the magnificent, overwhelming power of my redemptive love. I need you to profoundly understand that my grace does not merely patch up the holes in your history. It completely consumes and rewrites your entire narrative. When I look at the long, winding timeline of your life, I do not see it the way your human eyes do. You see a timeline filled with dark, ugly ink stains, crossed out lines, and tear-stained pages. You see the years the locusts have eaten, and you mourn them as permanently lost. But my perspective exists outside the confines of human time. When I look at your history, I see it through the brilliant, blinding, purifying light of the cross. That divine sacrifice was not just for the sins of your present or the mistakes of your future. It was a retroactive explosion of grace that surged backward through every single second of your existence, completely obliterating the eternal consequences of every wrong turn you ever made. Your entire history, from your very first breath to this exact moment, is completely covered, saturated, and eternally protected by my unending mercy. There is absolutely no darkness in your past that is powerful enough to resist the consuming fire of my love. The choices you made decades ago, the ones that still make you blush with shame when you are alone in your room, have been hurled into the deepest, most inaccessible trenches of the sea. Why do you insist on constantly diving into those dark, crushing depths to retrieve them? Why do you stubbornly hold on to the heavy chains of a prisoner when I have already shattered the locks and declared you entirely, unequivocally free? It is time to let the profound reality of your complete absolution wash over you. The times you strayed, the times you rebelled, the times you doubted my goodness, they have all been woven into the magnificent tapestry of your redemption. I am the master artist, and I specialize in taking the broken, shattered, discarded fragments of human failure and arranging them into breathtaking mosaics of grace. Your past is not a permanent liability. It is the very canvas upon which I have painted my greatest masterpiece of mercy. You are entirely known, entirely exposed before my eyes, and yet you are entirely, perfectly loved. Let the warmth of this absolute acceptance melt away the icy layers of unworthiness that have encrusted your heart for far too long. It is absolutely crucial that you recognize the immense spiritual danger of holding on to these old sorrows, for they are far more destructive than you realize. You have mistakenly believed that carrying this sorrow is a form of humility, a way of proving to me that you take your past sins seriously, a self-imposed penance designed to show how deeply you regret your missteps. But my beloved, clinging to the heavy, rotting corpses of your past mistakes is not humility. It is a subtle, dangerous form of spiritual pride. It is an arrogant, misguided assertion that your personal failures are somehow more powerful, more permanent, and more defining than the ultimate sacrifice I made to erase them. When you refuse to let go of your past, you are essentially looking at the cross and whispering that it was simply not enough to cover what you have done. Holding on to these ancient sorrows acts as a massive, immovable spiritual anchor, violently dragging you down into the dark waters of despondency and actively preventing you from sailing into the bright, beautiful future I have prepared for you. It creates a heavy, stagnant, suffocating atmosphere in your spirit, blocking the fresh, rushing wind of my joy from filling your sails. The enemy of your soul completely understands this dynamic. He knows that he cannot steal your ultimate salvation, so he settles for attempting to completely ruin your earthly journey. He loves to act as the relentless prosecutor in the courtroom of your mind, constantly presenting the same tired, outdated evidence of your past failures, hoping to keep you perpetually bound in a prison of retrospective mourning. He thrives on your regret. He feeds on your guilt. Every time you allow your mind to obsess over a mistake made 20 years ago, you are handing over the precious, irretrievable moments of your present life to a thief who only wants to destroy your peace. I am calling you today to a radical, decisive, unapologetic severing of ties with your past sorrows. You must purposefully, aggressively drop the heavy stones of regret that have been bruising your hands and weighing down your steps. You must recognize the whisper of condemnation for the demonic lie that it is, and you must silence it with the roaring, undeniable truth of my complete absolution. I want you to fully experience the abundant, overflowing fruit of my Spirit right now, in this present moment, not live out your remaining days in a perpetual, dreary state of mourning for a past you cannot change. The twilight years of your life are not meant to be a mournful reflection on what could have been. They are ordained to be a glorious, radiant celebration of the grace that has carried you safely through the storms. When you finally release the iron grip on your past, you instantly create a massive, beautiful vacuum in your soul that I can immediately fill with unprecedented joy, boundless peace, and a vibrant, forward-looking hope. The spiritual energy you have wasted for decades, managing your regrets, suppressing your guilt, and fighting phantom battles against your own history, will suddenly be liberated, completely transforming your emotional and physical vitality. You will discover a lightness in your step, a genuine, unburdened smile that reaches your eyes, and a profound, quiet confidence that completely confounds those who observe you. This is the abundant life I promised you. It is not waiting for you on the other side of eternity. It is available to you right now, waiting just beyond the threshold of your willingness to let go of the pain you have carried for so long. As we linger in this holy moment of deep spiritual excavation, I want you to feel the actual tangible sensation of this divine surgery taking place within you. Imagine the darkest, most painful memory you possess, the one you fear most, the one that causes the deepest ache in your chest. Bring it into the bright, unflinching light of my presence. Do not hide your face. Look at it alongside me. See how small, how fragile, how entirely powerless that memory becomes when exposed to the blazing furnace of my unconditional love. I'm right now reaching into the deep, dark waters of your history, pulling up those heavy, rusted anchors of self-condemnation and washing away the permanent stains of your most painful regrets in the endless, rushing river of my absolute redemption. The ghost of your younger self is entirely absolved. The mistakes of your middle years are completely erased. The perceived failures of your parenting are entirely covered by my perfect, compensating grace. You are a completely new creation, continuously renewed day by day, moment by moment. The heavy, dark cloak of mourning you have worn for decades is being gently but firmly removed from your shoulders, and I am actively clothing you in a brilliant, shining garment of pure, unadulterated praise. If this divine surgery is bringing a new, undeniable lightness to your soul today, please hit subscribe and like this message so you do not miss the incredible journey of healing that continues, as there is so much more I am preparing to reveal to your heart. Let this profound, beautiful cleansing wash over every corner of your mind, bringing a quiet, majestic end to the internal war you have waged against yourself for far too long. You are finally, wonderfully, completely forgiven, completely known, and completely free. As this healing flows powerfully through the most broken, guarded corridors of your memories, it is meticulously preparing the soft, fertile ground for a miraculous restoration in a relationship you thought was lost forever. Let us go even deeper into this cleansing river, for the roots of your past sorrows have entangled themselves in places you have not yet fully recognized. We must ensure that every single fibrous thread of guilt is completely, irrevocably pulled from the soil of your heart. When you consider the vast expanse of your history, I know there are quiet, secret corners where you harbor regrets not just about your actions, but about your inactions. You carry the heavy, silent burden of the words you never spoke, the apologies you never offered when you had the chance, the love you withheld because you were too proud, too frightened, or too broken to extend it. You think of the people who have passed on from this earthly life, the friends or family members with whom you never fully reconciled. The finality of their departure has left you with an agonizing sense of permanent failure, a belief that because they are no longer here, the fracture in your shared history can never ever be repaired. You sit by their gravesides or you look at their faded photographs, and your heart physically aches with the crushing weight of the things left unsaid and the deeds left undone. You whisper apologies into the empty air, wondering if the wind carries your sorrow to them, wondering if this specific, piercing pain is a permanent sentence you must endure until your own final breath. My precious, grieving child, listen to the immense, boundless comfort of my eternal truth. I am the Lord of the living and the dead. The boundaries of human time and physical mortality are absolutely no barrier to the restorative, miraculous power of my grace. When you bring these specific, agonizing regrets to my throne, when you lay down the heavy burden of your unspoken apologies at the foot of my cross, a profound spiritual reconciliation occurs outside the confines of earthly time. I take the pure, genuine sorrow of your heart, the deep, agonizing wish for restoration, and I apply it as a soothing, healing balm to your spirit. You do not need to carry the guilt of unfinished business into your twilight years. I am the great completer. I am the one who perfectly finishes the sentences you left hanging in the air. I am the one who flawlessly bridges the gaps that your human frailty left wide open. Trust that in the magnificent, incomprehensible economy of my heavenly kingdom, your genuine repentance and your current, tearful desire for peace are fully accepted, fully honored, and completely sufficient. Release the heavy, agonizing burden of the dead past. Release the suffocating guilt of the things you cannot go back and change. I hold all of time, all of history, and all of eternity perfectly in the palm of my hand, and I declare over your spirit right now that it is entirely wonderfully finished. The debts you think you owe to the past have all been paid in full by my ultimate sacrifice. Furthermore, I want to address the profound, quiet sorrow you carry regarding the perceived loss of your own potential. As you survey the landscape of your long life, there is a subtle, whispering grief over the dreams that never materialized, the callings you feel you ignored, the talents you believe you buried in the ground because of fear or circumstance. You look at the passing years and a terrifying thought attempts to take root in your mind. The thought that you have somehow wasted the precious, singular life I gifted to you. You compare your quiet, unseen existence to the loud, celebrated lives of others, and you conclude that your contribution to my kingdom has been negligible, a tiny drop in a vast ocean. You mourn for the vibrant, fearless person you wanted to become, but feel you never quite achieved. This specific sorrow is a heavy, suffocating blanket that actively prevents you from recognizing the immense, quiet beauty of the life you have actually lived. I need you to completely dismantle this false, destructive narrative right now. The enemy loves to use the measuring stick of worldly potential to beat you into a state of spiritual submission and depression. But my kingdom does not operate on the harsh, demanding metrics of human ambition or visible success. I do not value you based on the grandness of your achievements, the size of your platform, or the realization of your youthful earthly dreams. I value you based on the quiet, enduring, stubborn love you have poured out in the obscure, unglamorous corners of your world. The times you simply showed up to care for a sick neighbor, the countless meals you prepared for your family with tired hands, the silent, anonymous prayers you offered for strangers, the times you chose to be kind when you had every right to be angry. These are the magnificent, towering monuments of your life. These are the precious, eternal jewels that you have meticulously gathered and laid at my feet. You have not wasted your life, my beloved. You have lived it entirely in the beautiful, messy, profound trenches of human experience. And your faithful presence there has been a brilliant, blinding light in a very dark world. The dreams that died, the paths that were closed, the opportunities that faded away, they were not necessarily failures. Many of them were my sovereign, protective hand, guiding you away from dangers you could not see, steering you toward the specific, quiet, essential purpose I designed for you. I am actively healing the wound of unfulfilled potential right now. I am washing away the toxic, nagging feeling of uselessness. I am opening your spiritual eyes so you can finally see the magnificent, breathtaking tapestry of grace, resilience, and quiet heroism that actually comprises the story of your life. As we systematically uproot these ancient sorrows, the parental guilt, the shame of past sins, the agony of unresolved relationships, and the grief over lost potential, you must remain incredibly vigilant against the spiritual danger of trying to take them back. The human heart has a tragic, stubborn tendency to return to the familiar pain of its old wounds. There will be days ahead when a certain smell, a passing comment, or a sudden, unexpected quiet moment will act as a trigger, attempting to instantly resurrect the ghosts we are currently putting to rest. In those specific, vulnerable moments, you must completely refuse to reopen the grave of your past. You must fiercely, aggressively protect the profound healing that is taking place within you right now. When the whisper of old guilt tries to return, you must immediately answer it with the roaring, undeniable truth of your complete absolution. You must say aloud to the very atmosphere around you that you are a completely forgiven, entirely redeemed child of the Most High, and that your past has absolutely no legal jurisdiction over your present peace or your future destiny. This is the essence of true active spiritual warfare, not shouting into the darkness, but simply, stubbornly, relentlessly standing on the unshakable bedrock of my finished work. The more consistently you refuse to engage with the lies of your past, the weaker those lies will ultimately become, until they are nothing more than dust blowing harmlessly away in the wind of my spirit. I am calling you to step fully, bravely into the radiant, unburdened light of this new day. The heavy, dark, suffocating winter of your regret is finally, permanently over. The glorious, blooming spring of your complete restoration has officially arrived. If this deep, intensive divine surgery is bringing a profound, undeniable lightness to your weary soul today, please hit subscribe and like this message so you do not miss the incredible journey of healing that continues, as there is so much more I am carefully preparing to reveal to your heart. Let this profound, beautiful, all-encompassing cleansing wash over every single corner of your mind, bringing a quiet, majestic, eternal end to the internal war you have waged against yourself for far too long. You are finally, wonderfully, completely forgiven, completely known, and completely free. As this healing flows powerfully through the most broken, guarded corridors of your memories, it is meticulously preparing the soft, fertile ground for a miraculous restoration in a relationship you thought was lost forever. The soft, fertile ground of your heart has now been meticulously prepared through the profound healing of your past sorrows. And because the heavy, suffocating stones of your own guilt have finally been removed, we can now turn our gaze toward a horizon that has caused you immense, unspoken agony for far too long. As the deeply rooted pain of your own history is washed away in the endless ocean of my grace, a beautiful, sacred space is simultaneously being created within your spirit. A space completely designed to receive the miraculous restoration of relationships you had tragically concluded were lost forever. I know the exact, piercing nature of the grief you carry regarding your family. I see the quiet tears you shed when you look at an empty chair during a holiday gathering, the profound, heavy ache in your chest when you dial a phone number only to be met with a cold, distant voicemail. and the sheer desperation that washes over you when you observe the lives of your children or grandchildren diverging so sharply from the foundational truths you so carefully and lovingly taught them. You have stood on the shores of their lives, watching them sail away into turbulent, dangerous waters, feeling utterly paralyzed, completely powerless to bring their vessels back to the safety of the harbor. You have assumed that because there is a vast, icy distance between you in the physical realm, or a seemingly impenetrable wall of ideological and emotional separation, that the story of your family is destined to end in tragic, permanent estrangement. You have allowed the enemy of your soul to convince you that the silence of your loved ones is definitive proof of my absence in their lives. But my beloved, weary child, you must understand today that human silence is absolutely never an indication of divine inactivity. The quietness you hear from them is not the end of the narrative. It is merely the dramatic pause before a glorious, completely unforeseen symphony of redemptive grace begins to play. I want to pull back the heavy, opaque curtain of the physical world right now and allow you to perceive the intense, silent, relentless work that my Holy Spirit is actively accomplishing in the deepest, most guarded chambers of your prodigals' hearts. You look at their external behavior, their worldly choices, their defensive postures, and their cynical words, and you see only hard, unyielding stone. You see rebellion, you see apathy, or perhaps you see a heartbreaking, desperate search for meaning in all the wrong places. But I do not look at the protective armor they have built around themselves. My eyes penetrate directly to the exhausted, weary, spiritually starved core of their true identity. They are currently wandering in a vast, dry spiritual wilderness of their own making, frantically trying to quench the eternal thirst of their souls from broken, contaminated cisterns that can hold absolutely no living water. They project an image of complete independence and total satisfaction to the world. But in the quiet, lonely hours of the night, when they are entirely alone with their own thoughts, they feel the sharp, undeniable pangs of a deep spiritual famine. And it is precisely in that hidden, invisible space of their internal exhaustion that I am doing my most profound, masterful work. You must realize that the countless prayers you have passionately wept over them for decades did not simply evaporate into the atmosphere. They were meticulously gathered, preserved, and transformed into an invisible, inescapable perimeter of divine grace that currently surrounds them wherever they go. I am the relentless pursuing hound of heaven. I am whispering my enduring truth into their dreams while they sleep. I am sovereignly arranging seemingly random circumstances, orchestrating unexpected conversations with strangers, and deliberately allowing the natural, painful consequences of their choices to create a wholly, necessary dissatisfaction within them. Every single time they feel a sudden, inexplicable emptiness in the midst of their worldly success. Every time a quiet memory of your unconditional love surfaces uninvited in their minds. Every time they experience a brief, startling moment of clarity about the destructive path they are walking, that is my spirit, gently but firmly pulling on the invisible tether of grace that binds them to my heart. I am actively, meticulously softening the hardened, calloused soil of their cynism. I am expertly dismantling their false ideologies brick by stubborn brick. You cannot physically see this majestic, subterranean excavation taking place, which is precisely why the enemy taunts you with the illusion of failure. But I am absolutely assuring you today, with the full, unshakable authority of my eternal throne, that I am actively walking beside them in their darkest, most distant valleys. Even when they boldly declare that they want absolutely nothing to do with me, or with you, they cannot escape the omnipresent reality of my pursuing love. The foundation you laid in their youth, the scriptures you read to them, the songs of worship they heard echoing through your home, these are not lost memories. They are divine time capsules of truth embedded deep within their subconscious, and I am choosing the exact, perfect moment to detonate them with the brilliant light of revelation. However, in order for you to witness the magnificent, explosive breakthrough of this reconciliation, I must ask you to embrace a posture that feels entirely counterintuitive to your profound parental love. You must absolutely, unconditionally release your desperate need to control their journey. This is the agonizing, beautiful transition you must make. Moving from the exhausted role of an anxious manager to the powerful, seated position of a trusting intercessor. I understand completely why this is so incredibly difficult for you. Your mind is filled with vivid, tender memories of when they were helpless infants, completely dependent on your physical strength and your constant vigilance to survive. You remember holding their tiny hands as they learned to walk, fiercely protecting them from every sharp edge and every potential danger. It is entirely natural that your deepest instinct is to continue sheltering them, to aggressively step in and fix their broken circumstances, to offer unsolicited advice in a desperate attempt to steer them away from the cliffs you clearly see ahead. But you must painfully recognize that your human hands, as loving and well-intentioned as they are simply too small, too limited, and too fragile to hold the eternal, spiritual destiny of another human soul. When you frantically attempt to manufacture their repentance, when you try to argue them back into the kingdom through endless debates, or when you use guilt and emotional pressure as tools to force a connection, you unintentionally build higher, thicker walls of resentment between you. Your desperate anxiety is often misinterpreted by them as condemnation, and your frantic attempts to control their choices only push them further into the isolating wilderness. I am asking you today to purposefully, consciously take your hands completely off the steering wheel of their lives. You must surrender your timeline, your expectations of what their return should look like, and your deep-seated need to see immediate, visible behavioral changes. Letting go does not mean you are abandoning them. It means you are finally, truly trusting me. It means you are stepping out of my way so that my Holy Spirit can do the heavy, delicate lifting of actual, lasting conviction, a work that human logic and parental pleading can never accomplish. Imagine yourself physically walking up to my altar, carrying the heavy, tangled burden of your children, your estranged relatives, and your fractured family dynamics. I want you to place them gently upon that altar, completely remove your hands, turn around, and walk away in absolute, unshakable peace. When you finally release them into my sovereign care, you remove the frustrating barrier of your human interference, allowing my perfect, unhindered grace to flow directly into their circumstances. You must profoundly trust that my timing is absolutely flawless. The agonizing delay you are currently experiencing is not a cruel denial of your prayers. It is a necessary divine preparation. I am not simply trying to bring them back to a superficial standard of good behavior. I am doing a deep, reconstructive surgery on their souls to ensure that when they do finally return, they are returning not just to you, but to a genuine, unbreakable, first-hand relationship with me. As you actively practice this difficult but liberating surrender, I want to completely shift your perspective regarding the ultimate purpose and the enduring power of your lifelong intercession. You have often looked at your years of praying for your family and felt a sense of profound discouragement, quietly wondering if your tears were wasted, if your desperate pleas in the midnight hours were simply dissolving into the empty ether. You measure the effectiveness of your prayers by the immediate, visible circumstances in front of you, and when you see no change, you assume your spiritual labor has been entirely in vain. But my precious aging warrior, you are failing to comprehend the magnificent, sweeping, multi-generational scope of the work we are doing together. The prayers you are praying today, the faithful tears you are shedding over your estranged loved ones, are absolutely not temporary, fleeting requests. They are eternal, indestructible architectural blueprints for a generational legacy that will outlast your physical life by centuries. You are not simply asking for a temporary ceasefire in a family conflict. You are actively partnering with me to permanently break ancient destructive cycles of dysfunction, addiction, and rebellion that have plagued your bloodline for generations. Every single time you choose to bless a prodigal child instead of cursing their choices. Every time you choose to forgive a deep offense instead of harboring bitterness. Every time you stubbornly declare my promises over a situation that looks entirely dead, you are violently driving a spiritual stake into the ground and declaring that the enemy's jurisdiction over your family ends right here, right now. You are meticulously constructing a massive, invisible, impenetrable canopy of divine blessing and protection over your children, your grandchildren, and your great-grandchildren yet unborn. Think of your prayers as massive, ancient stones being lowered into the rushing river of time. They are altering the very current of your family's future destiny. Even if you do not live to see the complete, final manifestation of every single prayer you have ever uttered with your earthly eyes, you must rest in the absolute joyous certainty that your spiritual bank account is overflowing with an inheritance of grace that will be continuously poured out upon your descendants. Long after you have transitioned into my eternal glory, the profound spiritual investments you made on your knees in the quiet obscurity of your bedroom will continue to actively hunt down your prodigals, protect your grandchildren, and draw your lineage toward my light. You are the faithful patriarch or matriarch of a newly redeemed spiritual lineage. The prayers you passionately wept in 1985, the desperate petitions you lifted in 1999, and the quiet, trusting whispers you are offering to me today are all simultaneously active, vibrant, and alive in my heavenly courts, powerfully working together to orchestrate a harvest of family reconciliation that is going to absolutely stagger your imagination. The seeds you have planted in the dark, frozen soil of winter are completely safe, securely hidden in my hands, and they are absolutely guaranteed to break through the ground in a glorious, unstoppable springtime of restoration. I want you to vividly imagine the day of this approaching harvest. Envision the incredible, overwhelming moment when the phone rings, and instead of silence or conflict, you hear the trembling, softened voice of the one who walked away. Picture the physical embrace, the profound, healing tears of genuine repentance, the miraculous dissolving of years of bitter resentment in a single, sacred moment of grace-filled reunion. This is not a vain, empty fantasy. It is the absolute prophetic reality of what I am currently actively preparing in the unseen realm. The heavy, dark curtain of estrangement is already beginning to tear from the top to the bottom. The icy walls of misunderstanding and pride are currently melting under the intense, relentless heat of my pursuing love. The prodigals are going to come home. The fractured bonds are going to be flawlessly repaired with the golden thread of my mercy, making the restored relationship vastly stronger and far more beautiful than it ever was before it was broken. You must fiercely hold on to this promise when the days are quiet and the nights feel endlessly long. You must actively speak this prophetic reality into the atmosphere of your home, completely refusing to let the current temporary circumstances dictate your permanent theology of my goodness. When the enemy whispers that it is too late, that the damage is too severe, or that your children have wandered entirely too far beyond the reach of grace, you must loudly, boldly declare that my arm is never, ever too short to save, and my love is an absolutely inescapable, consuming fire. Rest your weary heart today in the profound, unshakable knowledge that the family you have entrusted to me is in the safest, most capable, most loving hands in the entire universe. If you are trusting me with your family's restoration today, subscribe and like this message so our journey continues. The silent work in the hearts of your prodigals is accelerating. The difficult process of releasing your control is actively unlocking the gates of heaven, and the magnificent, multi-generational blessings born entirely from your enduring. Stubborn prayers are rapidly approaching their appointed season of manifestation. The deep, agonizing winter of your family's spiritual estrangement is finally drawing to a definitive close, and the warm, golden light of my restorative grace is already beginning to break across the horizon of your home. You have prayed endlessly for your family, but I know you have also been anxious about the days ahead. Let me show you why your future is securely held in my hands. Let us journey even deeper into this sacred space of family restoration, for the roots of your anxiety regarding your loved ones require an even more profound, completely saturating immersion in my truth. I want to meticulously address the specific, quiet terror that grips your heart when you consider the cultural and spiritual environment in which your grandchildren and great-grandchildren are currently growing up. You look at the rapidly shifting moral landscape of the world around them, you see the pervasive darkness, the confusing ideologies, and the sheer volume of deception that is constantly vying for their attention through screens and peers, and a cold, paralyzing fear attempts to take up permanent residence in your soul. You wonder, with a desperate ache in your spirit, how these precious, fragile young minds can possibly survive, let alone thrive spiritually, in an atmosphere that seems entirely hostile to the ancient, eternal truths you have spent your entire life holding dear. You feel a profound sense of helplessness because you cannot physically shield them from every lie they will encounter, nor can you be present in every classroom, every conversation, or every quiet moment of doubt they will inevitably face. But my faithful servant, you must listen very closely to the roar of my absolute sovereignty over the generations. I completely, intimately knew the exact, specific era into which these children would be born. Their placement in this specific timeline of human history is not a cosmic accident, nor is it a tragedy that caught heaven by surprise. I intentionally, purposefully chose them for this exact hour, and I specifically chose you to be the spiritual anchor for their lineage. You must completely stop viewing them merely as vulnerable victims of a dark age and start actively, prophetically viewing them as the fully equipped, divinely appointed light bearers they were created to be. The darkness of the surrounding culture does not diminish the power of my light, it only serves to make it exponentially more visible and undeniably glorious. The same Holy Spirit that empowered the early church to thrive and multiply in the midst of absolute paganism and severe persecution is the exact same Holy Spirit that currently resides within your family line, actively pursuing your descendants. You must completely shift your prayers from desperate, fearful pleas for mere survival to bold, authoritative declarations of their spiritual victory. Do not pray from a posture of defeat, weeping over the state of the world. Pray from the unshakable, victorious posture of my finished work at the cross. Declare that they will have spiritual eyes perfectly calibrated to instantly recognize deception. Declare that they will possess a profound, unshakable internal compass of truth that absolutely cannot be diverted by the passing, superficial trends of modern culture. Your prayers are the invisible, impenetrable spiritual armor that goes before them into the battlefield of their generation. You are not a helpless bystander. You are the crucial, indispensable intercessory general for your family's future. And the authority I have granted you in prayer is vastly more powerful than any earthly influence seeking to corrupt them. Let us also deeply examine the complex, often painful dynamics of your relationships with your adult children. The transition from being the primary authority figure in their lives to becoming a respected, advising peer is a path completely fraught with emotional landmines, misunderstood intentions, and quiet heartbreaks. You often feel completely marginalized, quietly sensing that your hard-earned wisdom is considered outdated, irrelevant, or entirely unwelcome in their modern lives. You swallow your words repeatedly, choosing an agonizing silence over the risk of sparking yet another conflict or widening the existing emotional distance. This creates a deep, hollow ache of loneliness within your own family structure, a feeling of being an outsider in the very legacy you sacrificed everything to build. I see the quiet tears you shed when your attempts to connect are met with brief, hurried responses, or when your genuine concern is immediately interpreted as harsh, unfair criticism. I deeply, profoundly understand this specific pain, for I, too, am a father who is constantly misunderstood, often ignored, and frequently pushed to the margins by the very children I created and desperately love. But I am asking you today to completely change the entire currency of how you interact with them. You must purposefully, consciously transition from utilizing the currency of advice, correction, and expectation to exclusively utilizing the currency of pure, unadulterated, unconditional grace. They do not need you to constantly point out their blind spots. The harsh, unforgiving world they live in does that relentlessly every single day. What they desperately need, what their exhausted souls are secretly starving for, is a profoundly safe, completely non-judgmental harbor where they can dock their battered ships without fear of inspection. They need your home, your presence, and your voice to be an absolute, unshakable sanctuary of peace. When they make choices that completely baffle and disappoint you, when they stumble and fall into the very traps you specifically warned them about, your response must not be the heavy, crushing silence of, "I told you so." Your response must be the wide-open, completely welcoming arms of the Father in the parable of the prodigal son. You must run toward their brokenness with a robe of grace and a ring of restored identity, entirely bypassing the lecture they expect and completely overwhelming them with the mercy they desperately need. This radical, unnatural, scandalous level of grace is the absolute only force in the universe powerful enough to melt the icy defenses of a hardened adult heart. It is incredibly difficult. It requires the complete daily crucifixion of your own parental pride. It requires you to absorb offense without retaliating, to bless when you are misunderstood, and to continually pour out love into vessels that currently seem entirely incapable of returning it. But this is the exact, precise way that I love you. And as you actively choose to channel my scandalous grace toward your adult children, you become a living, breathing, undeniable manifestation of my gospel in their lives. The walls of estrangement simply cannot forever withstand the relentless, rhythmic, pounding waves of genuine, unconditional love. Furthermore, we must address the immense, suffocating guilt you carry regarding the siblings, cousins, or extended family members from whom you have been estranged for decades. Families are incredibly complicated, fragile ecosystems, and often the wounds inflicted by those closest to our bloodline are the deepest, most infected, and most resistant to healing. There are ancient disputes over inheritances, bitter arguments that occurred so long ago that no one even clearly remembers the original offense, and deep, silent chasms of pride that absolutely no one is willing to cross. You look at these fractured branches of your family tree and you feel a profound sense of spiritual failure, wondering how you can possibly claim to be a follower of my peace when your own earthly family is entirely defined by conflict and division. You feel completely paralyzed, believing that the damage is entirely too systemic, the pride on both sides entirely too entrenched to ever be dismantled in this lifetime. But I am gently calling you today to be the brave, humble initiator of a completely miraculous restoration. I am not necessarily asking you to suddenly force a perfect, harmonious relationship where there is currently no foundation for it. I am asking you to completely, unilaterally remove the heavy rocks of bitterness from your own heart, regardless of whether they ever reciprocate or acknowledge their part in the pain. You must understand that true, biblical forgiveness is not completely dependent upon the other person's repentance, Forgiveness is a solitary spiritual transaction between you and me, where you willingly choose to release your absolute right to exact revenge, to harbor resentment, or to demand an apology. When you truly, deeply forgive that estranged sibling in the quietness of your own spirit, you instantly sever the dark, toxic spiritual umbilical cord that has been actively draining your joy and poisoning your own soul for decades. You immediately step out of the dark, suffocating prison of resentment, leaving the door wide open for them to eventually follow if they choose, but securing your own absolute freedom regardless of their response. And in the magnificent, mysterious realm of the spirit, this unilateral, complete forgiveness often acts as a massive, seismic event that fundamentally alters the spiritual atmosphere of the entire family structure. When you finally stop aggressively pulling on your end of the rope in the emotional tug-of-war, the other side often stumbles. The tension is instantly broken, and a completely new, unforeseen pathway for genuine dialogue suddenly emerges. I specialize in resurrecting dead things. I am the absolute master of bringing dry, scattered bones back to vibrant, breathing life. Do not ever completely write off a family member as entirely beyond the reach of my restorative power. Continue to silently, faithfully bathe them in the warm light of intercessory prayer. Continue to keep the door of your heart gently unlocked, completely ready to offer extravagant grace at the very first subtle sign of their softening. As we bring this extensive, deeply emotional excavation of your family lines to a place of profound rest, I want you to physically feel the massive, suffocating burden of family management completely lifting from your weary shoulders. You have carried this heavy, crushing load for far too long, convinced that it was your holy duty to somehow fix every broken person and heal every fractured relationship within your sphere of influence. But that was never your job. That is exclusively, entirely my domain. Your only job is to trust, to intercede, and to reflect my unconditional love. I am currently dispatching a multitude of my warring angels into the specific, complicated circumstances of your family members. I am aggressively setting divine ambushes of grace on the dark roads your prodigals are currently traveling. I am actively untangling the incredibly complex, stubborn knots of generational dysfunction that human hands could never possibly loosen. The beautiful, sweeping, magnificent story of your family is absolutely not over. In fact, the most glorious, redemptive chapters are just now being written by my sovereign hand. You are going to profoundly witness the undeniable, staggering goodness of the Lord in the land of the living. The bitter, agonizing tears of sorrow you have sown over your loved ones for decades are currently actively being transformed into a massive, overflowing, joyful harvest of multi-generational restoration. If you are trusting me with your family's restoration today, subscribe and like this message so our journey continues. The silent work in the hearts of your prodigals is accelerating. The difficult process of releasing your control is actively unlocking the gates of heaven, and the magnificent, multi-generational blessings born entirely from your enduring. Stubborn prayers are rapidly approaching their appointed season of manifestation. The deep, agonizing winter of your family's spiritual estrangement is finally drawing to a definitive close, and the warm, golden light of my restorative grace is already beginning to break across the horizon of your home. You have prayed endlessly for your family, but I know you have also been anxious about the days ahead. Let me show you why your future is securely held in my hands, with the heavy, agonizing burdens of your family's future now resting securely and permanently upon my eternal altar. Let us turn our gentle attention to the very real, physical weight that so often tightens your chest and keeps your mind racing long after the sun has set. I want to draw you into an incredibly soft, deeply understanding embrace as we discuss the profound anxiety that has quietly shadowed your steps, particularly as you have entered these twilight years. For a very long time, you have been taught by well-meaning but misguided voices that any feeling of worry is a direct violation of your faith. You have sat in congregational gatherings and heard sermons that felt entirely like scolding, being told repeatedly simply not to worry, as if anxiety were a light switch you could just effortlessly flip off by sheer willpower. You have been made to feel deeply ashamed of your natural, human fears, convinced that your racing heart and your sleepless nights are definitive proof of your spiritual inadequacy. My deeply loved child, I need you to completely and forever discard that condemning narrative right now. When I look at your anxiety, I do not feel a single ounce of anger, disappointment, or frustration. I do not look down from my throne and judge you for the human frailty of your nervous system. Instead, my heart swells with immense, overwhelming compassion for the sheer exhaustion you are experiencing. I completely understand why you worry. You have lived long enough to see the sudden, unexpected storms of life sweep away things that seemed entirely permanent. You have experienced the profound fragility of the human body, the sudden volatility of financial security, and the heartbreaking unpredictability of human nature. Your mind, in its desperate, loving attempt to protect you from further pain, has developed a habit of constantly scanning the horizon for the next potential disaster. Your anxiety is absolutely not a rebellion against my authority. It is simply a deeply misdirected desire for safety. It is the natural, completely understandable response of a finite, fragile creature trying desperately to navigate an infinitely complex and broken world without having access to the master blueprint. I want to invite you into a profoundly new way of understanding the passing of time and the beautiful, meticulous purpose behind your longest, most agonizing seasons of waiting. As the natural evidence of my creation so clearly suggests, a delay in the harvest is absolutely never a denial of the planted seed. Consider, for a moment, the deep, undeniable wisdom embedded in the changing of the seasons. When the harsh, biting winds of late autumn arrive and strip the majestic oak tree of all its beautiful, vibrant leaves, the tree does not panic. It does not look at its bare, shivering branches and conclude that it has been permanently abandoned by the sun or entirely forgotten by the rain. To the untrained human eye, the winter landscape appears entirely dead, completely barren, and devoid of any meaningful progress. But beneath the freezing, frost-hardened soil, outside the realm of human visibility, a profound and utterly essential miracle of preparation is actively taking place. The tree is completely redirecting all of its life, giving energy away from the external, visible canopy and sending it aggressively downward, driving its roots deeper and deeper into the dark, nourishing earth, searching out hidden reservoirs of water to sustain it through the freezing months. If the tree were to stubbornly resist the winter, if it were to frantically attempt to push out new, fragile green buds in the very middle of January, those delicate buds would be instantly and violently destroyed by the unforgiving frost. The winter season, though entirely devoid of visible, colorful fruit, is absolutely critical for the long-term survival, the structural integrity, and the ultimate, explosive fruitfulness of the coming spring. In this exact same manner, the long, quiet, sometimes deeply painful waiting periods you have endured throughout your life, and the ones you may still be walking through today, are absolutely not arbitrary punishments or signs of my divine indifference. They are profound, intentional seasons of spiritual winter, meticulously designed to force your roots deeper into the unshakable bedrock of my character. You have prayed for certain breakthroughs, for specific healings, for financial resolutions, and for clear, undeniable direction. And you have often been met with a deafening, echoing silence that has caused your heart to ache with profound disappointment. You have watched others effortlessly receive the very blessings you have been desperately crying out for, and a quiet, agonizing voice has attempted to convince you that you are somehow disqualified, forgotten, or permanently relegated to the back of the line. But I assure you, with the full, unshakable authority of the universe, that this is a tragic illusion. The beautiful hidden purpose behind your longest waiting seasons is the complete, masterful preparation of your character to actually sustain the sheer weight of the blessing I am preparing for you. If I had prematurely handed you the massive sweeping victories you requested at the exact moment you first asked for them, your spiritual hands were simply not yet strong enough, nor your roots deep enough, to carry that immense weight without it eventually crushing you or pulling you away from my presence. I am a master craftsman, and I absolutely refuse to rush the delicate, complex process of your maturation just to temporarily appease your earthly anxiety. I am currently doing a profound, unseen work in the deep, subterranean cellars of your soul, aging the vintage wine of your faith, cultivating a profound resilience, a quiet, unshakable humility, and a breathtaking depth of trust that absolutely could not have been produced in the bright, easy sunshine of instant gratification. Every single day that you have waited, every single tear you have shed in the quiet obscurity of your delayed promises has been actively utilized by my spirit to expand the internal capacity of your heart. You are not being ignored, you are being masterfully, lovingly prepared. As you begin to gently embrace this beautiful truth about my timing, it is absolutely vital that you understand the delicate, precise spiritual mechanics of how your human anxiety inadvertently blocks the magnificent, healing flow of my divine peace. I want you to visualize your own hands for a moment. When you are completely consumed by worry, when you are frantically attempting to mentally construct the architecture of tomorrow's problems, your spiritual hands become tightly, rigidly clenched into fists of panic. You are white-knuckling the steering wheel of your life, desperately trying to force outcomes, completely exhausting your human frame in a futile attempt to control circumstances that are vastly beyond your jurisdiction. But you must understand a fundamental law of my kingdom. You absolutely cannot receive a magnificent, overflowing gift of grace if your hands are tightly balled into defensive fists. My peace is currently hovering directly above you, waiting to pour out like a torrential, refreshing summer rain, but the rigid, closed posture of your anxiety acts as a heavy, impenetrable umbrella, deflecting the very comfort you are so desperately crying out for. Anxiety is not a moral failing that I punish. It is simply a heavy, suffocating burden that actively prevents you from experiencing the effortless buoyancy of my grace. When you allow your mind to obsessively run through terrifying, catastrophic worst-case scenarios, your physical body actually responds as if those horrific events are happening right now in real time. You flood your own nervous system with the toxic, exhausting chemicals of stress, completely draining the vital energy I have strictly portioned out to sustain you for today's journey alone. This is why I have repeatedly, gently counseled my children throughout history not to worry about tomorrow. It is not a harsh, demanding rule. It is an incredibly loving, protective boundary designed to keep you from completely collapsing under a weight you were never biologically or spiritually designed to carry. The human mind is a magnificent instrument, capable of incredible beauty and profound reasoning. But it was absolutely not engineered to bear the crushing, infinite weight of the future. The future belongs entirely, exclusively to me. When you worry, you are essentially attempting to step into my divine role, trying to prematurely solve equations that I have not yet provided all the necessary variables for. I am asking you today to consciously, intentionally open your clenched fists. Breathe deeply. Slowly release the agonizing, white-knuckled grip you have on the timeline of your life. Let your spiritual hands fall open in a posture of complete, vulnerable, trusting surrender. The very second you stop frantically trying to manufacture your own security, the heavy, impenetrable umbrella of your anxiety completely collapses, and the warm, saturating, undeniable reality of my divine peace will instantly begin to wash over your exhausted mind, calming your racing heart and completely resetting the frantic rhythm of your nervous system. In the very midst of this overwhelming, chaotic internal storm, it is absolutely essential that you learn the delicate art of recognizing my specific, gentle, comforting voice amid the deafening, frantic noise of your own fears. You live in an era characterized by a relentless, overwhelming cacophony of alarming information. The world around you is completely addicted to panic. The daily news cycles constantly broadcast impending doom, the economic markets fluctuate with terrifying speed, and the medical reports often deliver stark, terrifying statistics. All of these external voices completely join forces with the internal, hyper-vigilant voice of your own natural anxiety, creating a deafening, terrifying roar in your mind that makes it feel entirely impossible to hear anything else. But you must deeply understand the profound, distinct difference in the specific cadence and frequency of my voice compared to the voice of fear. The voice of fear is always loud, always incredibly frantic, always demanding immediate, panicked action, and always relentlessly focused on catastrophic loss. Fear screams at you in the middle of the night, forcefully demanding that you completely figure out the rest of your life before morning. Fear uses the cruel, deceptive language of absolute hopelessness, constantly whispering that it is completely too late, that the damage is utterly irreparable, and that you are entirely alone. But my voice, the voice of the Good Shepherd, operates on a completely different spiritual frequency. I do not shout over the noise of the storm, I speak within the absolute, profound stillness at the very center of it. My voice is incredibly gentle, breathtakingly steady, and overwhelmingly peaceful. I do not ever use the toxic tactics of panic, manipulation, or frantic urgency to guide my children. When I speak to your spirit, my words carry a heavy, undeniable weight of deep assurance, a quiet, majestic authority that absolutely does not need to raise its volume to be recognized. Even when I am warning you of a danger or gently correcting your course, my voice is always thickly wrapped in an impenetrable layer of unconditional, enduring love. To clearly hear this comforting voice, you must intentionally, purposefully, begin to tune the delicate dial of your spiritual attention. You cannot completely silence the frantic noise of the outside world, nor can you instantly eradicate the natural biological anxiety of your human brain, but you have the absolute, God-given authority to completely choose which specific voice you are going to actively listen to and believe. When the heavy, suffocating wave of anxiety attempts to rise in your chest, when your mind begins to rapidly sprint down the dark, terrifying corridors of what if, I want you to practice a profound, immediate physical and spiritual pause. Do not actively fight the anxiety, for struggling against it often only feeds its frantic energy. Instead, gently but firmly pivot your entire internal focus away from the perceived threat and fix your gaze completely upon the proven, historical reality of my enduring faithfulness. Remind your terrified soul of the countless specific times I have miraculously stepped into your darkest, most impossible situations in the past. Recall the deep, treacherous waters I have completely parted for you, the intense, blazing fires I have safely walked you through without allowing a single hair on your head to be singed, and the miraculous, completely unexpected provisions that have suddenly arrived at the exact, perfect moment you needed them most. As the historical records of my faithful servants so clearly demonstrate, and as the irrefutable evidence of your own life beautifully confirms, I have absolutely never abandoned a single soul who placed their complete trust in my name. And I am certainly not going to start by abandoning you today. As you purposefully choose to completely elevate the undeniable truth of my character above the loud, frantic volume of your current circumstances, the chaotic, terrifying noise of your anxiety will naturally, inevitably begin to fade into the background, losing its paralyzing grip on your emotions. You will begin to clearly, distinctly hear the gentle, steady, overwhelmingly comforting rhythm of my spirit, whispering directly into the deepest, most terrified chambers of your heart, assuring you that you are entirely safe, entirely known, and entirely protected. I know how incredibly tired you are of constantly trying to hold the fragile, unpredictable pieces of your future together. I completely see the deep, heavy bags under your spiritual eyes, the profound weariness that has seeped deeply into your bones from years of actively carrying the heavy, unnatural burden of tomorrow's unknowns. You have completely exhausted your human capacity, running on empty reserves, frantically attempting to outsmart the shifting shadows of time. But today, right here in this sacred, quiet space we have carved out together, the relentless, exhausting era of your spiritual striving is coming to a definitive, beautiful end. I am actively inviting you to completely, unconditionally step off the terrifying, spinning treadmill of human anxiety and fully enter into the majestic, expansive, breathtaking meadow of my divine, unshakable timing. You do not need to mentally chart the treacherous course of the coming years. You do not need to fully understand how I am going to intricately untangle the massive, complicated knots of your current financial or health dilemmas. You only need to deeply, profoundly know the character of the one who holds the entire map of the universe, and trust that my intentions toward you are exclusively, overwhelmingly focused on your ultimate eternal good. The deep, agonizing winter of your long waiting is finally, gloriously ending. The heavy, protective frost is actively melting from the soil of your circumstances, and the massive, deep roots you have faithfully cultivated in the dark are now perfectly, strongly prepared to support a massive, unprecedented season of visible, blooming abundance. Release your white-knuckled grip on the steering wheel. Let the heavy, suffocating breath of panic completely leave your lungs and boldly inhale the fresh, crisp, exhilarating wind of my spirit. The future is absolutely not a dark, terrifying abyss waiting to suddenly swallow you whole. It is a meticulously prepared, beautifully illuminated pathway of grace, completely paved with my enduring promises and heavily guarded by my warring angels. I have already effortlessly traveled into the distant days of your tomorrow. I have carefully smoothed out the jagged, dangerous edges of the road, and I have intentionally planted rich, unexpected reservoirs of joy along the exact route you are meant to take. Your profound, beautiful task is absolutely not to frantically worry about the journey, but simply to walk closely beside me, one quiet, trusting, peaceful step at a time, completely enveloped in the overwhelming warmth of my eternal affection. When you finally surrender your timeline to me, it unlocks the door to a provision that is already rushing toward you. Let us continue to walk even further into this profound, liberating sanctuary of peace, exploring the deepest, most hidden crevices of your anxiety so that my light can completely eradicate every remaining shadow. We must specifically and gently address the quiet, entirely unspoken fears that uniquely accompany this particular season of your long life. As the years have gracefully multiplied, you have acutely noticed the subtle, undeniable changes in your physical stamina, the entirely new aches that greet you in the early morning, and the sometimes frustrating limitations of a body that once seemed invincible. This entirely natural biological progression often acts as a potent, silent catalyst for a profound, existential anxiety. You quietly, privately worry about the eventual loss of your precious independence, The terrifying prospect of becoming a physical or financial burden to the very children you spent your entire life caring for, and the daunting, unknown complexities of navigating an increasingly complicated, cold, and impersonal healthcare system. You watch the frantic, fast-paced world aggressively rushing past you, driven by entirely new technologies and completely foreign cultural norms. And you sometimes feel an overwhelming, terrifying sensation of being left entirely behind, a forgotten, solitary relic from a bygone era that the modern world no longer values or understands. These specific fears are absolutely not trivial. They are deeply real, heavily agonizing burdens that can completely drain the joy from what I specifically designed to be the absolute most spiritually vibrant, crowning season of your earthly journey. I want to speak directly, powerfully, into the very center of these specific fears right now, completely dismantling the cruel, deceptive lies that the enemy uses to torment your peace. Listen to me very closely. The world around you tragically, mistakenly equates human value solely with economic productivity, youthful energy, and physical independence. But my kingdom operates on an entirely different, vastly superior economy of grace. Your profound worth in my eyes does not diminish by a single fraction of a degree as your physical strength naturally wanes. On the contrary, as the external, temporary tent of your physical body slowly undergoes the natural process of earthly wear, your internal, eternal spirit is being brilliantly, magnificently renewed, sharpened, and polished to a breathtaking radiance every single day. You are absolutely not a burden. You are a living, breathing, profoundly necessary reservoir of generational wisdom, deeply earned resilience, and heavily tested faith that this frantic, incredibly shallow world desperately needs. I want you to completely trust my flawless, meticulous timing concerning your physical health and your future living circumstances. Do not allow your mind to obsessively run 10 years down the road, frantically trying to pre-solve medical dilemmas or housing situations that have absolutely not even occurred yet, and perhaps never will. That heavy, terrifying burden of tomorrow is entirely mine to carry. The grace I provide is exclusively and specifically given for today. It is entirely sufficient for the exact challenges you are facing in this specific 24-hour period. When you attempt to violently drag tomorrow's completely theoretical problems into today's space, you overwhelm the delicate capacity of today's grace, leading to instant, crushing emotional collapse. I need you to profoundly trust that if and when entirely new physical challenges eventually arise, I will be standing exactly there in that future moment, already holding the precise, necessary provision, the perfectly orchestrated medical care, and the exact measure of supernatural, sustaining strength you will require to navigate it with profound dignity and unshakable peace. I will absolutely never, under any circumstances, abandon you to figure out the complexities of your twilight years alone. I am the God who gently carried you when you were in your mother's womb. I am the God who fiercely protected you through the turbulent, confusing years of your youth and midlife. And I am emphatically the God who will faithfully, tenderly sustain you until your hair is completely white and your earthly assignment is entirely finished. Furthermore, we must completely sever the heavy, paralyzing anxiety you carry regarding the state of the world and the chaotic, frightening events that dominate the international headlines. You sit in your living room, watching the endless stream of global conflicts, economic instability, political polarization, and societal decay. And a massive, suffocating blanket of despair attempts to wrap itself tightly around your spirit. The sheer, overwhelming volume of negative, terrifying information completely short-circuits your human capacity to process it, leaving you feeling entirely helpless and incredibly afraid for the future of humanity. But you must absolutely remember, with crystal clear spiritual clarity, that the chaotic, spinning world you are currently observing is a completely fallen, deeply broken system that is ultimately passing away. The frantic, terrified actions of earthly kings, the aggressive posturing of nations, and the wild, unpredictable fluctuations of human economies absolutely do not dictate the ultimate victorious reality of my eternal throne. I am completely, sovereignly seated above the highest circle of the earth. The entire scope of human history, with all of its profound tragedies and its beautiful triumphs, is entirely contained within the unshakable grasp of my sovereign hand. When you begin to feel the dark, heavy tide of global anxiety rising in your mind, I am asking you to completely, purposefully turn off the deafening noise of the world's panic machine. Gently close the news, step away from the endless, terrifying scroll of information, and intentionally immerse your mind in the deep, calming, eternal reality of my living word. The chaotic, terrifying headlines of the day change every single hour, completely driven by human fear and temporary crises, but my profound, stabilizing promises have remained absolutely, unshakably true for thousands of years and will continue to stand firm for all of eternity. Let the majestic, sweeping truth of my absolute sovereignty completely anchor your terrified soul in the midst of the cultural hurricane. The profound, beautiful peace I am offering you today is absolutely not a naive, fragile ignorance of the world's real troubles. Rather, it is a deep, fierce, incredibly robust confidence that actively acknowledges the darkness while simultaneously powerfully declaring that the light of the world has already completely overcome it. You must now consciously, actively practice the profound spiritual discipline of leaving your heavy, suffocating worries completely at my feet. It requires a daily, sometimes hourly, fierce commitment to actively refuse the heavy bait of anxiety. When a terrified thought attempts to urgently knock at the door of your mind, demanding immediate entrance and completely threatening to consume your peace, you must aggressively answer that door armed entirely with the undeniable truth of my absolute faithfulness. You must say aloud to the very atmosphere of your room that you completely refuse to carry the heavy, crushing burden of tomorrow, because your Heavenly Father is already there, perfectly managing every single detail. As you actively, stubbornly practice this profound, liberating surrender, an incredible, miraculous transformation will occur within your nervous system and your spirit. The tight, painful knot of anxiety that has lived in your chest for decades will begin to miraculously loosen and completely dissolve. The heavy, dark fog of chronic, low-level panic that has colored all of your perceptions will rapidly burn away under the brilliant, warm light of my presence. You will begin to experience a profound, newfound lightness in your physical body, a deep, resonant joy that is absolutely not dependent on perfect circumstances, and a majestic, quiet confidence that completely confounds the terrified world around you. You will finally be able to lie down at night and experience true, deep, restorative sleep, because you will profoundly know that the greatest, most powerful guardian of the universe is remaining wide awake, actively watching over you and everything you hold dear. Your long, exhausting battle with the exhausting phantom of human anxiety is ending right here, in this sacred, holy moment. The glorious, radiant dawn of absolute, unshakable trust has finally arrived. When you finally surrender your timeline to me, it unlocks the door to a provision that is already rushing toward you. With the heavy, agonizing burdens of your family's future now resting securely and permanently upon my eternal altar, let us turn our gentle attention to the very real, physical weight that so often tightens your chest and keeps your mind racing long after the sun has set. I want to draw you into an incredibly soft, deeply understanding embrace as we discuss the profound anxiety that has quietly shadowed your steps, particularly as you have entered these twilight years. For a very long time, you have been taught by well-meaning but misguided voices that any feeling of worry is a direct violation of your faith. You have sat in congregational gatherings and heard sermons that felt entirely like scolding, being told repeatedly simply not to worry, as if anxiety were a light switch you could just effortlessly flip off by sheer willpower. You have been made to feel deeply ashamed of your natural, human fears, convinced that your racing heart and your sleepless nights are definitive proof of your spiritual inadequacy. My deeply loved child, I need you to completely and forever discard that condemning narrative right now. When I look at your anxiety, I do not feel a single ounce of anger, disappointment, or frustration. I do not look down from my throne and judge you for the human frailty of your nervous system. Instead, my heart swells with immense, overwhelming compassion for the sheer exhaustion you are experiencing. I completely understand why you worry. You have lived long enough to see the sudden, unexpected storms of life sweep away things that seemed entirely permanent. You have experienced the profound fragility of the human body, the sudden volatility of financial security, and the heartbreaking unpredictability of human nature. Your mind, in its desperate, loving attempt to protect you from further pain, has developed a habit of constantly scanning the horizon for the next potential disaster. Your anxiety is absolutely not a rebellion against my authority. It is simply a deeply misdirected desire for safety. It is the natural, completely understandable response of a finite, fragile creature trying desperately to navigate an infinitely complex and broken world without having access to the master blueprint. I want to invite you into a profoundly new way of understanding the passing of time and the beautiful, meticulous purpose behind your longest, most agonizing seasons of waiting. As the natural evidence of my creation so clearly suggests, a delay in the harvest is absolutely never a denial of the planted seed. Consider, for a moment, the deep, undeniable wisdom embedded in the changing of the seasons. When the harsh, biting winds of late autumn arrive and strip the majestic oak tree of all its beautiful, vibrant leaves, the tree does not panic. It does not look at its bare, shivering branches and conclude that it has been permanently abandoned by the sun or entirely forgotten by the rain. To the untrained human eye, the winter landscape appears entirely dead, completely barren, and devoid of any meaningful progress. But beneath the freezing, frost-hardened soil, outside the realm of human visibility, a profound and utterly essential miracle of preparation is actively taking place. The tree is completely redirecting all of its life, giving energy away from the external, visible canopy and sending it aggressively downward, driving its roots deeper and deeper into the dark, nourishing earth, searching out hidden reservoirs of water to sustain it through the freezing months. If the tree were to stubbornly resist the winter, if it were to frantically attempt to push out new, fragile green buds in the very middle of January, those delicate buds would be instantly and violently destroyed by the unforgiving frost. The winter season, though entirely devoid of visible, colorful fruit, is absolutely critical for the long-term survival, the structural integrity, and the ultimate explosive fruitfulness of the coming spring. In this exact same manner, the long, quiet, sometimes deeply painful waiting periods you have endured throughout your life, and the ones you may still be walking through today, are absolutely not arbitrary punishments or signs of my divine indifference. They are profound, intentional seasons of spiritual winter, meticulously designed to force your roots deeper into the unshakable bedrock of my character. You have prayed for certain breakthroughs, for specific healings, for financial resolutions, and for clear, undeniable direction. And you have often been met with a deafening, echoing silence that has caused your heart to ache with profound disappointment. You have watched others effortlessly receive the very blessings you have been desperately crying out for, and a quiet, agonizing voice has attempted to convince you that you are somehow disqualified, forgotten, or permanently relegated to the back of the line. But I assure you, with the full, unshakable authority of the universe, that this is a tragic illusion. The beautiful, hidden purpose behind your longest waiting seasons is the complete, masterful preparation of your character to actually sustain the sheer weight of the blessing I am preparing for you. If I had prematurely handed you the massive, sweeping victories you requested at the exact moment you first asked for them, your spiritual hands were simply not yet strong enough, nor your roots deep enough to carry that immense weight without it eventually crushing you or pulling you away from my presence. I am a master craftsman, and I absolutely refuse to rush the delicate, complex process of your maturation just to temporarily appease your earthly anxiety. I am currently doing a profound, unseen work in the deep, subterranean cellars of your soul, aging the vintage wine of your faith, cultivating a profound resilience, a quiet, unshakable humility, and a breathtaking depth of trust that absolutely could not have been produced in the bright, easy sunshine of instant gratification. Every single day that you have waited, every single tear you have shed in the quiet obscurity of your delayed promises has been actively utilized by my spirit to expand the internal capacity of your heart. You are not being ignored. You are being masterfully, lovingly prepared. As you begin to gently embrace this beautiful truth about my timing, it is absolutely vital that you understand the delicate, precise spiritual mechanics of how your human anxiety inadvertently blocks the magnificent, healing flow of my divine peace. I want you to visualize your own hands for a moment. When you are completely consumed by worry, when you are frantically attempting to mentally construct the architecture of tomorrow's problems, your spiritual hands become tightly, rigidly clenched into fists of panic. You are white-knuckling the steering wheel of your life, desperately trying to force outcomes, completely exhausting your human frame in a futile attempt to control circumstances that are vastly beyond your jurisdiction. But you must understand a fundamental law of my kingdom. You absolutely cannot receive a magnificent, overflowing gift of grace if your hands are tightly balled into defensive fists. My peace is currently hovering directly above you, waiting to pour out like a torrential, refreshing summer rain, but the rigid, closed posture of your anxiety acts as a heavy, impenetrable umbrella, deflecting the very comfort you are so desperately crying out for. Anxiety is not a moral failing that I punish. It is simply a heavy, suffocating burden that actively prevents you from experiencing the effortless buoyancy of my grace. When you allow your mind to obsessively run through terrifying, catastrophic worst-case scenarios, your physical body actually responds as if those horrific events are happening right now in real time. You flood your own nervous system with the toxic, exhausting chemicals of stress, completely draining the vital energy I have strictly portioned out to sustain you for today's journey alone. This is why I have repeatedly, gently counseled my children throughout history not to worry about tomorrow. It is not a harsh, demanding rule. It is an incredibly loving, protective boundary designed to keep you from completely collapsing under a weight you were never biologically or spiritually designed to carry. The human mind is a magnificent instrument, capable of incredible beauty and profound reasoning, but it was absolutely not engineered to bear the crushing, infinite weight of the future. The future belongs entirely, exclusively to me. When you worry, you are essentially attempting to step into my divine role, trying to prematurely solve equations that I have not yet provided all the necessary variables for. I am asking you today to consciously, intentionally open your clenched fists. Breathe deeply. Slowly release the agonizing, white-knuckled grip you have on the timeline of your life. Let your spiritual hands fall open in a posture of complete, vulnerable, trusting surrender. The very second you stop frantically trying to manufacture your own security, the heavy, impenetrable umbrella of your anxiety completely collapses, and the warm, saturating, undeniable reality of my divine peace will instantly begin to wash over your exhausted mind, calming your racing heart and completely resetting the frantic rhythm of your nervous system. In the very midst of this overwhelming, chaotic internal storm, it is absolutely essential that you learn the delicate art of recognizing my specific, gentle, comforting voice amid the deafening, frantic noise of your own fears. You live in an era characterized by a relentless, overwhelming cacophony of alarming information. The world around you is completely addicted to panic. The daily news cycles constantly broadcast impending doom, the economic markets fluctuate with terrifying speed, and the medical reports often deliver stark, terrifying statistics. All of these external voices completely join forces with the internal, hyper-vigilant voice of your own natural anxiety, creating a deafening, terrifying roar in your mind that makes it feel entirely impossible to hear anything else. But you must deeply understand the profound, distinct difference in the specific cadence and frequency of my voice compared to the voice of fear. The voice of fear is always loud, always incredibly frantic, always demanding immediate, panicked action, and always relentlessly focused on catastrophic loss. Fear screams at you in the middle of the night, forcefully demanding that you completely figure out the rest of your life before morning. Fear uses the cruel, deceptive language of absolute hopelessness, constantly whispering that it is completely too late, that the damage is utterly irreparable, and that you are entirely alone. But my voice, the voice of the Good Shepherd, operates on a completely different spiritual frequency. I do not shout over the noise of the storm, I speak within the absolute, profound stillness at the very center of it. My voice is incredibly gentle, breathtakingly steady, and overwhelmingly peaceful. I do not ever use the toxic tactics of panic, manipulation, or frantic urgency to guide my children. When I speak to your spirit, my words carry a heavy, undeniable weight of deep assurance, a quiet, majestic authority that absolutely does not need to raise its volume to be recognized. Even when I am warning you of a danger or gently correcting your course, my voice is always thickly wrapped in an impenetrable layer of unconditional, enduring love. To clearly hear this comforting voice, you must intentionally, purposefully, begin to tune the delicate dial of your spiritual attention. You cannot completely silence the frantic noise of the outside world, nor can you instantly eradicate the natural biological anxiety of your human brain, but you have the absolute, God-given authority to completely choose which specific voice you are going to actively listen to and believe. When the heavy, suffocating wave of anxiety attempts to rise in your chest, when your mind begins to rapidly sprint down the dark, terrifying corridors of what if, I want you to practice a profound, immediate physical and spiritual pause. Do not actively fight the anxiety, for struggling against it often only feeds its frantic energy. Instead, gently but firmly pivot your entire internal focus away from the perceived threat and fix your gaze completely upon the proven, historical reality of my enduring faithfulness. Remind your terrified soul of the countless specific times I have miraculously stepped into your darkest, most impossible situations in the past. Recall the deep, treacherous waters I have completely parted for you, the intense, blazing fires I have safely walked you through without allowing a single hair on your head to be singed, and the miraculous, completely unexpected provisions that have suddenly arrived at the exact, perfect moment you needed them most. As the historical records of my faithful servants so clearly demonstrate, and as the irrefutable evidence of your own life beautifully confirms, I have absolutely never abandoned a single soul who placed their complete trust in my name. And I am certainly not going to start by abandoning you today. As you purposefully choose to completely elevate the undeniable truth of my character above the loud, frantic volume of your current circumstances, the chaotic, terrifying noise of your anxiety will naturally, inevitably begin to fade into the background, losing its paralyzing grip on your emotions. You will begin to clearly, distinctly hear the gentle, steady, overwhelmingly comforting rhythm of my spirit, whispering directly into the deepest, most terrified chambers of your heart, assuring you that you are entirely safe, entirely known, and entirely protected. Let us continue to walk even further into this profound, liberating sanctuary of peace, exploring the deepest, most hidden crevices of your anxiety so that my light can completely eradicate every remaining shadow. We must specifically and gently address the quiet, entirely unspoken fears that uniquely accompany this particular season of your long life. As the years have gracefully multiplied, you have acutely noticed the subtle, undeniable changes in your physical stamina, the entirely new aches that greet you in the early morning, and the sometimes frustrating limitations of a body that once seemed invincible. This entirely natural biological progression often acts as a potent, silent catalyst for a profound existential anxiety. You quietly, privately worry about the eventual loss of your precious independence, the terrifying prospect of becoming a physical or financial burden to the very children you spent your entire life caring for, and the daunting, unknown complexities of navigating an increasingly complicated, cold, and impersonal healthcare system. You watch the frantic, fast-paced world aggressively rushing past you, driven by entirely new technologies and completely foreign cultural norms, and you sometimes feel an overwhelming, terrifying sensation of being left entirely behind. A forgotten, solitary relic from a bygone era that the modern world no longer values or understands. These specific fears are absolutely not trivial. They are deeply real, heavily agonizing burdens that can completely drain the joy from what I specifically designed to be the absolute most spiritually vibrant, crowning season of your earthly journey. I want to speak directly, powerfully, into the very center of these specific fears right now, completely dismantling the cruel, deceptive lies that the enemy uses to torment your peace. Listen to me very closely. The world around you tragically, mistakenly equates human value solely with economic productivity, youthful energy, and physical independence. But my kingdom operates on an entirely different, vastly superior economy of grace. Your profound worth in my eyes does not diminish by a single fraction of a degree as your physical strength naturally wanes. On the contrary, as the external, temporary tent of your physical body slowly undergoes the natural process of earthly wear, your internal, eternal spirit is being brilliantly, magnificently renewed, sharpened, and polished to a breathtaking radiance every single day. You are absolutely not a burden. You are a living, breathing, profoundly necessary reservoir of generational wisdom, deeply earned resilience, and heavily tested faith that this frantic, incredibly shallow world desperately needs. I want you to completely trust my flawless, meticulous timing concerning your physical health and your future living circumstances. Do not allow your mind to obsessively run 10 years down the road, frantically trying to pre-solve medical dilemmas or housing situations that have absolutely not even occurred yet, and perhaps never will. That heavy, terrifying burden of tomorrow is entirely mine to carry. The grace I provide is exclusively and specifically given for today. It is entirely sufficient for the exact challenges you are facing in this specific 24-hour period. When you attempt to violently drag tomorrow's completely theoretical problems into today's space, you overwhelm the delicate capacity of today's grace, leading to instant, crushing emotional collapse. I need you to profoundly trust that if and when entirely new physical challenges eventually arise, I will be standing exactly there in that future moment, already holding the precise, necessary provision, the perfectly orchestrated medical care, and the exact measure of supernatural, sustaining strength you will require to navigate it with profound dignity and unshakable peace. I will absolutely never, under any circumstances, abandon you to figure out the complexities of your twilight years alone. I am the God who gently carried you when you were in your mother's womb. I am the God who fiercely protected you through the turbulent, confusing years of your youth and midlife. And I am emphatically the God who will faithfully, tenderly sustain you until your hair is completely white and your earthly assignment is entirely finished. Furthermore, we must completely sever the heavy, paralyzing anxiety you carry regarding the state of the world and the chaotic, frightening events that dominate the international headlines. You sit in your living room, watching the endless stream of global conflicts, economic instability, political polarization, and societal decay. And a massive, suffocating blanket of despair attempts to wrap itself tightly around your spirit. The sheer, overwhelming volume of negative, terrifying information completely short-circuits your human capacity to process it, leaving you feeling entirely helpless and incredibly afraid for the future of humanity. But you must absolutely remember, with crystal-clear spiritual clarity, that the chaotic, spinning world you are currently observing is a completely fallen, deeply broken system that is ultimately passing away. The frantic, terrified actions of earthly kings, the aggressive posturing of nations, and the wild, unpredictable fluctuations of human economies absolutely do not dictate the ultimate victorious reality of my eternal throne. I am completely, sovereignly seated above the highest circle of the earth. The entire scope of human history, with all of its profound tragedies and its beautiful triumphs, is entirely contained within the unshakable grasp of my sovereign hand. When you begin to feel the dark, heavy tide of global anxiety rising in your mind, I am asking you to completely, purposefully turn off the deafening noise of the world's panic machine. Gently close the news, step away from the endless, terrifying scroll of information, and intentionally immerse your mind in the deep, calming, eternal reality of my living word. The chaotic, terrifying headlines of the day change every single hour, completely driven by human fear and temporary crises, but my profound, stabilizing promises have remained absolutely, unshakably true for thousands of years and will continue to stand firm for all of eternity. Let the majestic, sweeping truth of my absolute sovereignty completely anchor your terrified soul in the midst of the cultural hurricane. The profound, beautiful peace I am offering you today is absolutely not a naive, fragile ignorance of the world's real troubles. Rather, it is a deep, fierce, incredibly robust confidence that actively acknowledges the darkness while simultaneously powerfully declaring that the light of the world has already completely overcome it. You must now consciously, actively practice the profound spiritual discipline of leaving your heavy, suffocating worries completely at my feet. It requires a daily, sometimes hourly, fierce commitment to actively refuse the heavy bait of anxiety. When a terrified thought attempts to urgently knock at the door of your mind, demanding immediate entrance and completely threatening to consume your peace, you must aggressively answer that door armed entirely with the undeniable truth of my absolute faithfulness. You must say aloud to the very atmosphere of your room that you completely refuse to carry the heavy, crushing burden of tomorrow, because your Heavenly Father is already there, perfectly managing every single detail. As you actively, stubbornly practice this profound, liberating surrender, an incredible, miraculous transformation will occur within your nervous system and your spirit. The tight, painful knot of anxiety that has lived in your chest for decades will begin to miraculously loosen and completely dissolve. The heavy, dark fog of chronic low-level panic that has colored all of your perceptions will rapidly burn away under the brilliant, warm light of my presence. You will begin to experience a profound, newfound lightness in your physical body, a deep, resonant joy that is absolutely not dependent on perfect circumstances, and a majestic, quiet confidence that completely confounds the terrified world around you. You will finally be able to lie down at night and experience true, deep, restorative sleep, because you will profoundly know that the greatest, most powerful guardian of the universe is remaining wide awake, actively watching over you and everything you hold dear. Your long, exhausting battle with the exhausting phantom of human anxiety is ending right here, in this sacred, holy moment. The glorious, radiant dawn of absolute, unshakable trust has finally arrived. When you finally surrender your timeline to me, it unlocks the door to a provision that is already rushing toward you. As you stand in the majestic, expansive, and breathtaking meadow of my divine timing, having completely and bravely surrendered the crushing, suffocating anxieties of tomorrow, the atmosphere around you is fundamentally changing. You have intentionally opened your clenched fists, releasing your desperate, exhausting grip on the shifting timeline of your life, and in doing so, you have positioned yourself precisely where the windows of heaven can finally be opened over you. We are now stepping into a profound, sacred season of divine provision, a season where the magnificent reality of my fatherly care will become undeniably tangible in your daily experience. But before I pour out this blessing, I need to completely redefine your understanding of what true, heavenly provision actually looks like. For far too long, the modern world and even well-meaning voices within your own spiritual circles have presented my blessings as a transactional, almost mechanical exchange. You have been subtly taught to view me as a distant, wealthy benefactor who simply dispenses immediate physical healing or sudden, unearned earthly wealth if you only pray the exact right words or demonstrate a sufficient level of outward faith. This deeply flawed materialistic theology has left you quietly confused, heartbroken, and questioning your own spiritual worth when the immediate miracles you begged for did not materialize in the specific way you demanded. You have watched televangelists promise instantaneous wealth. You have seen others claim miraculous physical restorations, and in the quiet, painful obscurity of your own ongoing struggles, a dark, deceitful whisper has attempted to convince you that I am somehow withholding my best from you because your faith is inadequate. My precious, enduring child, I am entirely dismantling that destructive, transactional lie today. I absolutely do not operate a heavenly economy based on a spiritual point system, nor do I distribute my grace based on the perfection of your performance. My provision is infinitely deeper, vastly more profound, and incredibly more enduring than the fleeting, temporary relief of a sudden financial windfall, or the mere removal of an earthly discomfort. I am preparing to completely flood your life with an abundance that cannot be stolen, corrupted, or diminished by the passing of time. But you must first allow me to elevate your spiritual vision so you can actually recognize the magnificent feast I have already set before you. Let us begin by speaking directly, with profound empathy and overwhelming tenderness, to the physical reality of the body you currently inhabit. As you have journeyed through the decades, you have acutely felt the inevitable, undeniable toll that time, labor, and earthly existence have taken on your physical frame. You look in the mirror and trace the lines of a life fully lived, but you also feel the completely new, entirely unwelcome aches in your joints, the subtle dimming of your physical senses, and the sudden, frustrating lack of energy that once flowed so freely in your youth. You find yourself navigating the cold, intimidating, and often terrifying world of medical clinics, sitting in sterile waiting rooms, holding your breath as doctors speak in complex clinical terms about diagnoses, prognoses, and treatments. The fear of declining health is a heavy, dark cloud that attempts to follow you everywhere, whispering terrifying, isolating scenarios about losing your precious independence, becoming a burden to those you fiercely love, or facing a long, agonizing decline. I see you in those quiet, solitary moments of midnight pain, when the rest of the world is deeply asleep and you are left entirely alone with the terrifying racing thoughts about what your body is doing. I want you to hear the absolute, unshakable comfort of my voice speaking directly into that specific fear right now. I formed that physical body with my own hands. I meticulously designed its incredible, intricate systems. I know its exact frame, I remember that it is but dust, and I am intimately, profoundly acquainted with every single physical weakness you are currently experiencing. When you sit on the edge of that examination table, feeling small, fragile, and utterly terrified, I am not standing far off in the heavens observing you with clinical detachment. I am sitting directly beside you, wrapping my unseen arms around your trembling shoulders, actively holding the very atmosphere of the room in my sovereign control. I want to completely shift your understanding of how I sustain your health. While I am absolutely the great physician, capable of instantaneous, miraculous physical healing, and while I have indeed performed these specific miracles countless times throughout human history, and will continue to do so according to my perfect, unsearchable will, the most profound, majestic miracle I am offering you today is the absolute guarantee of my enduring, sustaining spiritual strength in the very midst of your physical vulnerability. The world falsely demands that true healing must always look like the complete, immediate removal of the thorn in your flesh. But I am teaching you the profound, hidden mystery that my grace is entirely, miraculously sufficient for you, and that my power is actually made perfect, brilliantly displayed, and most deeply experienced in the exact epicenter of your physical weakness. When your human strength completely fails, when the medical reports offer absolutely no earthly hope, and when your physical energy is entirely depleted, that is the precise moment when my supernatural, divine fortitude rushes into your spirit to carry you. I am providing you with a spiritual resilience that defies all medical logic. There will be days when your body aches, yet your spirit will inexplicably soar with a radiant, uncontainable joy that absolutely confounds the doctors and nurses observing you. You will face physical trials that would completely break a person who relies solely on earthly optimism, yet you will stand firm, grounded in a deep, oceanic peace, radiating a brilliant, holy light that actively ministers to everyone who crosses your path. Your aging, weakening physical vessel is absolutely not a sign of my abandonment. Rather, it is becoming the perfect, translucent stained glass window through which the brilliant, undiminished glory of my eternal life can most clearly shine. I will absolutely sustain you. I will perfectly portion out the exact measure of physical and spiritual energy you require for each specific day. I will gently guide the hands of the medical professionals who treat you. I will orchestrate the precise timing of your care. And I will ensure that absolutely nothing touches your physical body that has not first been carefully, lovingly filtered through my sovereign fingers for your ultimate, eternal good. You can entirely stop fighting the natural process of aging with frantic, terrifying anxiety. Instead, gently lean your weary frame against the solid, unshakable rock of my presence and allow my eternal, enduring strength to become the very marrow of your bones and the breath of your lungs. As we elevate your understanding of physical health into the realm of spiritual fortitude, we must simultaneously undergo a massive, fundamental shift in how you view financial provision and earthly riches. The deep, gnawing anxiety regarding money is one of the enemy's most effective, universally deployed weapons against my aging children. You calculate your fixed income, you watch the terrifying, relentless rise of inflation and the cost of daily necessities, and you stare at your bank accounts with a cold, sinking feeling of impending disaster. You wonder with profound dread how you will manage to pay for the rising costs of healthcare, the repairs your home desperately needs, and the simple daily bread required to sustain you. You are constantly surrounded by a worldly culture that screams about scarcity, a culture that aggressively insists your ultimate security can only be found in massive retirement accounts, diversified portfolios, and accumulated material possessions. But I am emphatically calling you out of the frantic, terrifying rat race of the world's economy and inviting you to step completely into the limitless, boundless, astonishing economy of my heavenly kingdom. I am El Shaddai, the God of more than enough. The gold and the silver are entirely mine. The cattle on 1,000 hills belong to me. And the entire wealth of the nations is but a drop in the bucket compared to the infinite resources I possess. But you must deeply understand that I do not distribute my wealth according to the greedy, hoarding principles of the earthly financial systems. Worldly riches are incredibly fleeting, desperately fragile, and ultimately completely powerless to secure your true peace. A man can possess billions of dollars and still lie awake every single night, completely paralyzed by the terrifying fear of losing it all, or completely consumed by the agonizing emptiness of his soul. That is absolutely not the inheritance I have prepared for you. The profound, breathtaking spiritual wealth I am actively bestowing upon you is completely immune to stock market crashes, economic depressions, and physical decay. I am giving you the immense, unquantifiable treasure of a completely satisfied soul. I am providing you with a profound, majestic peace that allows you to sleep soundly through the darkest financial storms, fully knowing that your ultimate provider is actively watching over you. But do not ever mistake this spiritual wealth as a divine excuse to ignore your very real, practical, physical needs. I am profoundly aware of every single bill that sits on your kitchen table. I know the exact cost of the medications you require to maintain your health. I see the anxiety that attempts to rise in your chest when you balance your checkbook. And I am fiercely, absolutely promising you today that I will never, under any circumstances, allow you to be utterly forsaken, nor will I ever allow your descendants to beg for bread. I am the God who provided manna from heaven every single morning for my children wandering in a completely barren, hostile wilderness. They could not store it, they could not invest it, and they could not control it. They simply had to wake up every single day, completely open their hands, and trust that I would faithfully provide exactly what they needed for that specific 24-hour period. I am asking you to adopt that exact same posture of daily, radical, unshakable dependence. When I taught you to pray, I specifically instructed you to ask for your daily bread, not a lifetime supply of guaranteed provisions. This daily dependence is entirely by my intentional design, because the ultimate goal of my provision is absolutely not to make you so completely independent and self-sufficient that you no longer feel the need to talk to me. The primary, magnificent purpose of my provision is to constantly, gently draw you back into a profound, intimate, conversational relationship with your Heavenly Father. I want you coming to me every single day, laying your practical needs at my feet, and watching with awe and wonder as I miraculously, creatively meet those needs in ways you could never have orchestrated yourself. This brings us to the most vital, transformative aspect of recognizing my provision. You must completely, purposefully open your hands and your spiritual eyes to receive the entirely unexpected, often entirely unrecognizable forms of grace that I am currently sending your way. The human mind is incredibly rigid. When you pray for a specific blessing, you naturally construct a highly detailed mental blueprint of exactly how that blessing must arrive. precisely what it should look like, and the exact timeline on which it must be delivered. You pray for financial relief, and you specifically look for a sudden check in the mail or a dramatic, unexpected inheritance. You pray for emotional comfort, and you specifically expect a certain person to call you and say the exact right words to heal your pain. But when you rigidly lock your expectations into these narrow, humanly constructed boxes, you completely blind yourself to the massive, overflowing river of miracles that I am constantly pouring into your life every single day. My thoughts are absolutely not your thoughts, and my ways are infinitely higher, vastly more creative, and entirely more magnificent than your ways. I rarely answer prayers in the exact predictable manner you anticipate. Because I am not trying to conform to your limited human logic, I am trying to completely expand your spiritual capacity to recognize my presence in the completely ordinary, obscure, and overlooked details of your existence. I am calling you to actively, intentionally open your hands to the beautiful mystery of my unexpected grace. Sometimes, my most profound provision comes in the form of a firmly closed door. You prayed desperately for a specific opportunity, a certain relationship, or a particular change in your circumstances, and when it did not happen, you felt completely crushed, believing I had ignored your pleas. But from my sovereign vantage point, I could clearly see the hidden dangers, the spiritual distractions, and the ultimate heartbreak that lay hidden behind that specific door, and my closing it was an act of fiercely protective, fatherly provision. Sometimes, my provision does not look like a sudden influx of money, but rather the completely unexpected, miraculous longevity of the things you already own. The car that continues to run smoothly far beyond its expected lifespan, the appliances that do not break down, the clothes that do not wear out. These are not random strokes of earthly luck. These are the quiet, invisible, sustaining miracles of my hand protecting your resources. Sometimes, the emotional provision you desperately cried out for does not come from the specific family member you wanted it from, but it suddenly arrives in the form of a completely unexpected conversation with a stranger in the grocery store, a timely, encouraging word from a neighbor you barely know, or a sudden, inexplicable wave of immense, comforting peace that washes over you while you are quietly tending to your garden. If your hands are tightly clenched, stubbornly demanding that the blessing must look exactly like gold or silver, you will completely miss the breathtaking, priceless diamonds of grace that I am scattering across your path every single day. You must completely shift your perspective from a posture of demanding specific outcomes to a posture of wide-eyed, continuous spiritual discovery. I want you to vividly imagine sitting at your kitchen table tomorrow morning. The morning light is streaming through the window, completely illuminating the familiar surroundings of your home. Before you begin to frantically calculate your worries, before you turn on the news to absorb the panic of the world, I want you to literally, physically, open your hands and rest them palms up on the table. This simple physical posture is a profound spiritual declaration to the heavens. It says, Lord, I have completely emptied myself of my own frantic agendas. I have released my rigid expectations of how you must operate. I am entirely open, completely willing, and utterly ready to receive whatever specific form of grace, whatever measure of strength, and whatever unique provision you have sovereignly deemed necessary for my journey today. As you adopt this beautiful, vulnerable posture of surrender, a magnificent, undeniable transformation will begin to take place in your daily life. You will stop living in a constant, agonizing state of perceived deficit, always feeling like you are one step behind and $1 short. And you will suddenly begin to recognize the absolute, overwhelming abundance that has been completely surrounding you all along. You will see my provision in the vibrant, beautiful colors of the sunset that brings peace to your evening. You will feel my provision in the warm, restorative sleep that finally visits your tired body. You will taste my provision in the simple, nourishing food on your table, recognizing it as a direct, loving gift from my hands. You will experience my provision in the sudden, unexplainable fortitude that allows you to smile warmly at a difficult neighbor, the unexpected patience you find when dealing with a frustrating bureaucracy, and the deep, abiding joy that bubbles up in your spirit even when your physical circumstances remain challenging. This is the ultimate, magnificent secret of the abundant life I promise to you. It is absolutely not found in the endless, exhausting accumulation of earthly things that rust, decay, and are eventually left behind. It is found entirely in the profound, unshakable realization that I am your ultimate, total, and complete provision. I am the bread of life that completely satisfies your deepest hunger. I am the living water that permanently quenches the agonizing thirst of your soul. I am the good shepherd who leads you into green pastures, completely restoring your weary spirit when the journey has been far too long and entirely too hard. When you truly possess me, when you fully, intimately realize that the creator of the universe is actively, relentlessly committed to your daily care, you instantly become the wealthiest, most secure, most abundantly provided for person on the face of the earth. Absolutely no economic collapse can bankrupt your heavenly inheritance. No medical diagnosis can steal your eternal health. No societal upheaval can displace you from the secure, impenetrable fortress of my loving presence. You are completely, entirely, and forever covered. I am actively rewriting the narrative of your twilight years right now. The enemy desperately wanted these years to be characterized by profound fear, crushing scarcity, and a humiliating, agonizing decline. He wanted you to quietly fade away into the shadows, feeling forgotten, useless, and completely dependent on a world that does not understand your value. But I am boldly declaring over your life today that these final chapters will be your most glorious, abundant, and spiritually prosperous season yet. You are going to profoundly experience the massive, undeniable truth that I save the absolute best wine for the end of the feast. You are going to witness a completely miraculous, multiplied harvest of the tiny, seemingly insignificant seeds of faith you have faithfully planted throughout your entire life. You are going to see unexpected checks arrive in the mail precisely when the bill is due. You are going to experience sudden, inexplicable improvements in your physical mobility that completely baffle your physicians. You are going to receive phone calls of reconciliation, offers of completely unmerited help, and sudden, overwhelming waves of profound emotional healing. But most importantly, far above and beyond any material or physical blessing, you are going to experience a depth of intimacy, a profound, quiet communion with my spirit that will make all the gold in the world look like worthless dust in comparison. You are going to walk through your remaining days with a light, joyous step, radiating a magnificent, unearthly peace that will act as a powerful, undeniable magnet to the broken, terrified people around you. They will look at your life. They will see the absolute, serene confidence you possess in the face of aging and uncertainty, and they will desperately want to know the incredible God who sustains you so beautifully. You must hold on to this truth with a fierce, unyielding grip. Do not let the cynical, terrified logic of the world talk you out of the miraculous inheritance I am handing to you today. When the cold wind of financial doubt blows through your mind, answer it immediately with the warm, unshakable truth of my historical faithfulness. Remind yourself aloud that the God who provided for you in your 20s, who sustained you through the turbulent challenges of your midlife, has absolutely not lost his power, forgotten your address, or diminished in his love for you now that your hair is white. You are deeply cherished, intimately known, and aggressively, meticulously provided for. Let every single breath you take from this moment forward be a quiet, rhythmic testimony of your absolute trust in my care. Let the heavy, suffocating burdens of providing for yourself completely fall away. And step joyfully, freely, into the expansive, overflowing river of my grace. The table is fully set, the banquet of my peace is entirely prepared, and the seat of honor is perfectly reserved for you. This abundance is yours to claim, but the shadows will try to make you doubt it. This is how you must prepare to stand your ground. As we continue to walk together in this profound, magnificent season of divine provision and heavenly peace, I want to gently draw your attention to the beautiful, necessary task of securing the incredible gifts I have just bestowed upon you. We have spent our sacred time together actively dismantling the heavy burdens of your past, completely releasing the suffocating anxieties of your family's future, and opening your weary hands to receive a daily, miraculous abundance that the world absolutely cannot comprehend. You are currently standing in a place of breathtaking spiritual clarity and emotional rest. However, because you still reside in a world that is deeply fractured, and because the enemy of your soul absolutely despises the radiant, unshakable peace you are currently experiencing, there will inevitably be subtle, quiet attempts to steal this newly established joy from your heart. For many years, you were taught to handle these moments of spiritual opposition with intense, aggressive, and often completely exhausting methods. In your younger years, you may have been instructed to engage in loud, frantic spiritual warfare, shouting into the darkness, aggressively rebuking every shadow, and putting on a heavy, clanking metaphorical armor of war that required immense human energy to carry. You were taught to view your spiritual life as a relentless, endless battlefield, where you had to remain in a constant state of hyper-vigilant combat just to survive the day. But my beloved, aging warrior, I am speaking a completely new, profoundly gentle paradigm over your life today. You have already fought the long, grueling battles of your youth and your midlife. You have already endured the heat of the day and stood firm in the trenches of earthly sorrow. I am absolutely not asking you to carry a heavy iron sword or to wear a crushing metallic breastplate in this beautiful crowning season of your life. The era of your exhausting, frantic spiritual striving is definitively, permanently over. I am completely redefining the concept of your spiritual armor today, transforming it from a heavy instrument of human exertion into a breathtaking, effortless garment of divine light. I want you to profoundly understand that my very presence is your absolute, impenetrable, and beautifully quiet fortress. When the ancient scriptures speak of finding refuge in the shadow of the Almighty, it is not a call to aggressive combat. It is an incredibly tender invitation to complete, unconditional surrender and absolute safety. I want you to close your physical eyes for a moment and vividly imagine the most secure, magnificent ancient stone sanctuary. Envision massive, towering walls constructed of pure, unyielding granite, completely surrounding a quiet, lush, perfectly manicured inner courtyard. This fortress is situated high upon an unshakable, eternal mountain, entirely elevated above the chaotic, swirling storms of the temporary world below. This beautiful, impenetrable sanctuary is not a physical building you must travel to. It is the absolute spiritual reality of my presence that currently surrounds your soul every single second of the day. When the bitter, freezing winds of cultural panic begin to howl, when the dark, threatening clouds of medical uncertainty gather on the horizon, or when the chaotic, terrifying noise of the world's economy attempts to create panic, those storms simply violently break against the massive, indestructible exterior walls of my grace. They absolutely cannot penetrate the sacred, quiet space where your spirit is currently seated with me. You do not have to stand at the gates of this fortress and frantically fight off the advancing storms with your own limited human strength. Your only profoundly beautiful task is to simply remain inside. You are invited to sit by the warm, glowing hearth of my unconditional love, deeply breathing in the pure, crisp atmosphere of my peace, and completely trusting that the architect of the universe is actively, relentlessly guarding the perimeter of your life. This majestic, quiet fortress of my presence provides an entirely different kind of protection than you may be accustomed to. It is a protection that does not require you to constantly monitor the horizon for threats, because you are entirely enveloped in a light so brilliant, so absolute, and so completely pure that absolutely no shadow can exist within its boundaries. Think about the basic, undeniable physical laws of my creation. When you walk into a completely dark, pitch-black room, you do not have to aggressively physically fight the darkness. You do not have to shout at the shadows, you do not have to forcefully push the blackness out the door, and you do not have to negotiate with the lack of visibility. All you have to do is simply, effortlessly, turn on a single tiny lamp and the darkness instantly, immediately, and completely flees. It has absolutely no choice. Darkness is not an actual substantial entity that can violently resist the light. It is merely the temporary absence of illumination. In this exact same effortless manner, you do not have to frantically fight the dark, menacing shadows of the enemy. The spiritual armor I am graciously providing for you today is simply the radiant, consuming, inescapable light of my indwelling Holy Spirit. When you consciously, purposefully choose to wrap yourself tightly in the warm, comforting blanket of my truth, you are actively putting on the ultimate, impenetrable armor of light. The deceptive shadows of the enemy cannot even approach you without instantly being exposed, dismantled, and completely dissolved by the brilliant, blinding radiance of my love. You are entirely hidden within me. When the enemy looks at you, he no longer sees the fragile, exhausted, vulnerable human being you sometimes feel like. He sees the towering, invincible, blinding reflection of the completely victorious, resurrected Christ. Because the enemy is absolutely terrified of the magnificent light you now carry, and because he knows he can never ever penetrate the massive stone walls of my divine fortress through a frontal, aggressive assault, he will attempt to use a completely different, vastly more subtle strategy against you. He will entirely abandon the loud, frightening tactics of overt war, and instead, he will attempt to use the quiet, insidious weapon of the whisper. This is where you must exercise a profound, gentle vigilance in this twilight season of your life. The deceptive whispers of doubt and fear are incredibly subtle. They do not sound like a roaring, terrifying lion. They often sound exactly like your own internal thoughts, specifically designed to bypass your spiritual defenses by masquerading as practical wisdom, logical concern, or innocent reflection. These whispers love to operate in the quiet, completely solitary spaces of your daily routine. They wait for the moments when you are sitting alone in your favorite chair, watching the rain gently fall against the window glass, or when you are lying perfectly still in the deep, dark hours of the early morning, unable to find the comforting release of sleep. In those incredibly vulnerable, quiet fractions of a second, the shadow will attempt to gently slide a completely toxic, deceptive thought under the heavy, locked door of your mind. These whispers will specifically target the beautiful, restorative truths we have just established together. You will hear a quiet, cold voice suggesting that the profound peace you are currently feeling is merely a temporary, emotional illusion, and that as soon as you step back into your daily routine, all of your agonizing, crushing anxieties will immediately return. The whisper will attempt to resurrect the heavy, suffocating ghosts of your past, gently reminding you of a mistake you made 30 years ago, suggesting that you are not actually fully forgiven and that your twilight years are destined to be a long, mournful period of punishment. The whisper will point an accusing finger at your physical body, highlighting a new ache or a loss of energy, and attempt to weave a terrifying, catastrophic narrative about your complete loss of independence and your eventual agonizing decline. It will look at your prodigal children or your completely estranged family members and whisper that the situation is entirely, irrevocably hopeless, that your decades of faithful prayers were a complete foolish waste of time, and that the beautiful, magnificent restoration I promised you is nothing more than a childish, completely impossible fantasy. These quiet, insidious lies are meticulously, specifically crafted to steal your joy, to completely paralyze your newfound faith, and to violently drag you out of the warm, secure fortress of my presence and back into the cold, chaotic, entirely unprotected wilderness of human striving and frantic panic. But I am empowering you today with the exact, precise strategy you need to completely, permanently silence these deceptive whispers of doubt and fear. When you hear the shadow attempting to speak these terrifying lies into your consciousness, I absolutely do not want you to panic. I do not want you to frantically attempt to out-argue the lie using your own limited, exhausting human logic. Do not engage in a long, draining internal debate with the enemy, for that only gives his completely powerless words an illusion of actual authority. Instead, I want you to practice a profound, completely devastating spiritual stillness. When the quiet, terrifying whisper of fear attempts to completely capture your attention, I want you to simply, gently turn your internal gaze directly toward the brilliant, warm, unshakable light of my eternal promises. You silence the lie not by shouting at it, but by completely, utterly starving it of your precious attention, and simultaneously, actively feeding your spirit with the heavy, undeniable substance of my truth. If the whisper attempts to tell you that you are entirely forgotten and utterly alone in your aging body, you simply take a deep, slow breath and quietly, confidently declare to the atmosphere of your room that you are the deeply cherished, completely beloved, meticulously cared for child of the Most High God, and that I have explicitly promised to never, ever leave you nor forsake you, even to the very end of the age. If the whisper attempts to aggressively resurrect the heavy, suffocating shame of your past failures, you do not cringe, and you do not apologize to the darkness. You simply point directly to the historical, undeniable, completely finished work of the cross, and calmly declare that there is absolutely no condemnation for those who were safely hidden in me, and that your sins have been permanently cast as far as the east is from the west. If the whisper tries to completely terrorize your mind with catastrophic, terrifying scenarios about tomorrow's financial ruin or medical collapse, you gently, firmly close the door on that horrific imaginary future, and you loudly bless my holy name for the completely sufficient, overflowing, miraculous grace that is actively sustaining you in this exact, present 24-hour period. This is how you strengthen your spiritual armor. It is not an exhausting, frantic, sweaty battle. It is the quiet, majestic, incredibly powerful assertion of your true eternal identity. Every single time you choose to believe my light over the enemy's shadow, every time you choose to rest in my fortress instead of running out to fight the storm, you are actively driving a massive, unbreakable spike of truth into the ground, completely securing your peace and entirely devastating the enemy's strategy against you. This gentle, unyielding resistance brings us to the most beautiful, magnificent, and entirely impenetrable defense mechanism in the entire universe: the absolute, staggering power of a steadfast, completely trusting heart. The world vastly underestimates the sheer, raw spiritual power of quiet trust. The world honors the aggressive, the loud, the frantic problem solvers, and the anxious builders of earthly empires. But in the completely inverted, beautiful economy of my heavenly kingdom, the most dangerous, profoundly powerful force on the face of the earth is an aging, physically fragile believer who has simply, stubbornly decided that they are absolutely not going to move their feet from the solid bedrock of my promises. You possess an incredible, unique spiritual authority in this specific season of your life that a younger believer simply cannot possess, because your trust has been actively, painfully tested in the fierce, unrelenting fires of actual human experience. You have a massive, deeply written history with me. You are not operating on a theoretical, untested theology you simply read in a book. You are operating on decades of absolute, undeniable proof of my goodness. You have seen me miraculously part the deep, terrifying waters of your past. You have tasted the sweet, unexpected manna I provided in your most barren financial deserts. You have personally felt the gentle, comforting touch of my healing hand in your darkest, most agonizing hours of physical and emotional pain. Because of this profound, lived history, your heart has the incredible capacity to become entirely steadfast. A steadfast heart is like the massive, ancient root system of a giant redwood tree. It does not matter how violently the external winds blow. It does not matter if a completely unexpected drought suddenly arrives. And it absolutely does not matter if the surrounding cultural forest is completely shaking with fear. That massive tree simply will not fall, because its roots are completely, permanently entangled with the deep, unshakable foundation of the earth itself. Your trust in me is that deep, impenetrable root system. When the unexpected medical report arrives, a heart that is not steadfast will instantly shatter into a million pieces of sheer panic. But your steadfast heart will simply absorb the initial human shock, take a deep, steadying breath of my spirit, and quietly anchor itself in the absolute truth that I am the sovereign author of your physical days. When the terrifying financial news breaks on the television, the worldly heart will frantically attempt to hoard its rapidly diminishing resources. But your steadfast heart will gently, generously open its hands, completely confident that the God who feeds the millions of tiny sparrows will absolutely not allow his faithful servant to starve. This level of profound, unshakable trust is the ultimate perfect spiritual armor. It completely deflects the fiery, terrifying darts of the enemy's anxiety, not by forcefully bouncing them back, but by effortlessly extinguishing them in the massive, deep, cool ocean of your absolute confidence in my character. I want you to actively, consciously settle into this profound, magnificent reality right now. I am completely removing the heavy, exhausting, suffocating burden of spiritual anxiety from your shoulders. You do not have to constantly look over your shoulder, terrified that the enemy is going to suddenly sneak up and destroy the beautiful peace we have just established. You are completely, entirely surrounded. My massive, warring angels are currently standing shoulder to shoulder around the exact perimeter of your life, their flaming swords drawn, forming a completely impenetrable, blazing wall of divine protection that absolutely no demonic force can ever breach. My Holy Spirit is actively residing deep within your very physical body, providing a constant, warm, internal illumination that completely drives away every lingering shadow of earthly fear. And my eternal fatherly gaze is permanently, lovingly fixed directly upon you, actively tracking every single breath you take, completely anticipating every single physical or emotional need you will ever have, and meticulously orchestrating a magnificent, sweeping symphony of grace that is going to completely astound you in the coming days. You have absolutely nothing left to frantically fight for, my precious child. The grand cosmic war for your eternal soul was completely, decisively, and permanently won on a rugged wooden cross over 2,000 years ago. The dark, heavy chains of sin, death, and permanent separation were entirely shattered when I walked out of that stone tomb, completely victorious. You are absolutely not a struggling, frantic soldier trying to desperately win a battle that is currently in doubt. You are a completely victorious, deeply loved heir. Simply walking out the beautiful, majestic reality of a triumph that has already been entirely secured on your behalf. Every single step you take in this twilight season is completely covered by my blood, entirely illuminated by my word, and completely guaranteed by my unshakable oath. You can finally, truly lay down your exhausted human defenses. You can stop frantically trying to figure out how to protect yourself, how to protect your vulnerable family, and how to protect your fragile future. The massive, impenetrable, majestic fortress of my presence is completely secure. The heavy iron gates are permanently locked against the enemy, but entirely beautifully open to the constant, rushing flow of my abundant grace. As you gently close your eyes tonight, and as you wake up to the quiet, peaceful dawn of tomorrow, I want you to walk in the incredible, unburdened lightness of this absolute security. Let your shoulders completely drop. Let the tight, painful muscles in your neck and your back completely relax. Let the deep, agonizing crease of constant worry permanently leave your forehead. You are entirely safe. You are completely, miraculously protected. The quiet, insidious whispers of the enemy have been entirely silenced by the roaring, undeniable truth of my love, and the magnificent, unshakable power of your steadfast, trusting heart has completely sealed the victory. I have meticulously, lovingly prepared you through the healing of your past, the completely miraculous restoration of your family lines, the total elimination of your earthly anxiety, the magnificent outpouring of my unexpected provision, and now the absolute, impenetrable securing of your spiritual armor. The heavy, dark, suffocating winter of your profound struggle is officially, definitively over. The glorious, radiant, breathtaking spring of your absolute ultimate purpose is currently blooming in magnificent colors all around you. With your faith now secured and your heart fully protected, you are finally ready to step into the ultimate season I have prepared for you. Let us dwell even longer in the magnificent, quiet safety of this impenetrable fortress. For I know that the habit of frantic spiritual vigilance is deeply ingrained in your human nature, and it requires a profound, completely saturating immersion in my truth to finally, completely let it go. I want to speak directly to the physical and emotional exhaustion that decades of carrying this false, heavy armor has caused you. You have spent so many years completely tense, bracing yourself for the next inevitable spiritual attack, the next sudden tragedy, or the next agonizing trial of your faith. This constant, relentless bracing has created a profound, deep-seated weariness in your very bones, a type of spiritual fatigue that physical sleep absolutely cannot cure. You have often mistaken this profound exhaustion for a lack of faith, quietly condemning yourself for simply not having the energetic, vibrant zeal you possessed in your younger days. But my beloved, your exhaustion is not a symptom of failing faith. It is the completely natural, inevitable consequence of trying to do my job. You were never, ever designed to be the ultimate guardian of your own soul. You were never engineered to carry the massive, crushing weight of actively maintaining your own spiritual security. When I look at your weariness, I see a deeply beloved child who desperately needs to be completely relieved of their self-appointed guard duty. I am stepping into your exact circumstances right now to personally relieve you of your post. Imagine, for a moment, a weary sentinel who has been standing on the high, cold, freezing wall of a castle for countless consecutive nights, frantically scanning the dark horizon for approaching enemies, completely terrified to close their eyes for even a single second. Their muscles are entirely cramped, their eyes are bloodshot and burning, and their mind is hallucinating dangers that do not even exist simply because they are so utterly deprived of rest. Now envision the king himself completely leaving his throne, walking directly up to that freezing, terrified sentinel, gently placing his warm royal hands on their rigid shoulders, and softly saying, "Your watch is entirely over. I will take it from here. You may go inside, sit by the warm fire, and sleep in absolute, completely unshakable peace." That is precisely, exactly what I am doing for you in this very moment. I am the King of Glory, the Lord of Hosts, the absolute, undisputed commander of the most powerful angelic armies in existence. And I am emphatically telling you that you are officially, completely relieved of your agonizing duty to protect yourself. I am actively taking the heavy, burdensome weight of your spiritual security entirely upon my own broad, capable shoulders. You can finally, completely step down from the cold, isolating wall of your hypervigilance. You can absolutely stop frantically scanning the horizon of your future for potential spiritual threats. I am currently standing on that wall. I am the one who neither slumbers nor sleeps. My eyes are constantly, perfectly scanning the entire expanse of eternity. And my protective reach completely encompasses every single detail of your life, from the largest, most terrifying global event to the tiniest microscopic cell in your physical body. As you actively step down from the wall and enter into the warm, secure, brilliantly lit inner chambers of my fortress, I want you to deeply experience the profound, healing restoration that only occurs in a state of absolute, unguarded vulnerability before me. When you are constantly wearing the heavy, rigid armor of self-protection, you inadvertently block the gentle, healing touch of my spirit from reaching the deepest, most bruised areas of your heart. You have been so completely focused on keeping the enemy out that you have accidentally kept my deepest, most intimate comfort at a distance. But here, inside the impenetrable sanctuary of my presence, you are entirely safe to completely remove every single layer of your defense. You can safely expose the raw, tender, completely unresolved fears that you have hidden from the rest of the world. You can freely weep tears of pure exhaustion without any fear of being attacked in your moment of weakness. You can honestly, openly confess the quiet, nagging doubts that you have been too ashamed to verbalize in your religious circles. In this sacred, completely secure space, your vulnerability is absolutely not a liability. It is the precise, beautiful gateway through which my miraculous, restorative power can finally enter and completely heal your soul. Let us also deeply examine the magnificent, offensive power of this quiet, restful posture. You have been conditioned to believe that you must actively, aggressively fight to advance my kingdom or to secure your own spiritual victories. But I am revealing to you today a profound, heavily guarded mystery of the spiritual realm. Your absolute, unshakable rest is actually a completely devastating, offensive weapon against the kingdom of darkness. The enemy thrives on chaos. He completely feeds on your panic, your frantic activity, and your desperate, exhausting attempts to control your environment. When you react to his subtle threats with intense, terrified anxiety, you are actually giving him exactly what he wants. You are validating his false authority and allowing him to successfully dictate the emotional atmosphere of your life. But when the enemy brings a terrifying, catastrophic threat to your doorstep, and you respond by simply, quietly pouring a cup of tea, sitting down in your favorite chair, opening my living word, and completely resting in my absolute sovereignty, it throws the entire kingdom of darkness into complete, chaotic confusion. Your profound, unshakable peace is a loud, roaring, completely undeniable declaration to the principalities and powers of the air that their tactics have entirely, utterly failed. Your calm, steadfast refusal to panic completely neutralizes their weapons. It is the spiritual equivalent of David calmly, precisely selecting a single smooth stone from the brook while the massive, terrifying giant Goliath screamed and raged in completely ineffective, impotent fury. The giant was completely defeated not by a massive, frantic army, but by the quiet, absolute, completely focused confidence of a single shepherd who entirely knew his God. Your quiet, resting trust is that perfectly smooth, entirely devastating stone. Every single time you choose to completely rest in my fortress, instead of frantically running out to engage the enemy's chaotic distractions, you are actively participating in the complete, humiliating defeat of darkness in your generation. Furthermore, we must meticulously address the specific, quiet lies that attempt to target your sense of spiritual worth and legacy in this twilight season. The subtle whisper of the enemy will often attempt to convince you that because your physical energy is diminishing, because you can no longer actively volunteer for every church committee, or because you can no longer physically travel to minister to others, your actual usefulness in my kingdom has completely come to an end. The shadow will attempt to completely marginalize you, whispering that you are now simply a burden to be cared for, rather than an active, powerful participant in my grand eternal plan. This is perhaps one of the most toxic, destructive lies the enemy uses against my aging warriors, and I want to, completely, entirely obliterate it from your mind right now. Your profound spiritual value has absolutely nothing to do with your physical output or your earthly, measurable productivity. In fact, as your physical, external activities naturally decrease, your internal, spiritual authority is actively, dramatically increasing. You are transitioning from the busy, active role of a worker in the field to the profoundly powerful, seated role of an advising elder at the gates of the city. Your prayers, perfectly refined by decades of intense suffering, deep joy, and absolute faithfulness, now carry a massive, heavy, completely disproportionate weight in the courts of heaven. A single, quiet, 5-minute prayer whispered from your armchair can accomplish vastly more in the unseen spiritual realm than weeks of frantic, noisy, disorganized activity by those who do not yet possess your profound depth of tested trust. You are an absolute, terrifying powerhouse of intercession. You are a massive, critical pillar holding up the spiritual roof over your entire family line and your community. Do not ever, for a single fraction of a second, believe the lie that your twilight years are a season of spiritual retirement. They are the absolute pinnacle of your spiritual authority, the crowning, most devastatingly effective era of your entire earthly journey. I am actively surrounding you today with the brilliant, unshakable armor of this absolute truth. The heavy, dark, suffocating shadows of doubt, fear, and insignificance are being completely, permanently burned away by the magnificent, blinding radiance of my unconditional love. You are entirely known, deeply cherished, and completely, miraculously protected. The massive, ancient stone walls of my divine fortress are permanently secured around every single aspect of your existence. You can finally, truly lay your weary head back and rest in the profound, unshakable knowledge that the Creator of the universe is actively, relentlessly standing guard over your soul. The long, exhausting battle is completely over, and the glorious, eternal victory has already been entirely secured. With your faith now secured and your heart fully protected, you are finally ready to step into the ultimate season I have prepared for you. As we continue to walk together in this profound, magnificent season of divine provision and heavenly peace, I want to gently draw your attention to the beautiful, necessary task of securing the incredible gifts I have just bestowed upon you. We have spent our sacred time together actively dismantling the heavy burdens of your past, completely releasing the suffocating anxieties of your family's future, and opening your weary hands to receive a daily, miraculous abundance that the world absolutely cannot comprehend. You are currently standing in a place of breathtaking spiritual clarity and emotional rest. However, because you still reside in a world that is deeply fractured, and because the enemy of your soul absolutely despises the radiant, unshakable peace you are currently experiencing, there will inevitably be subtle, quiet attempts to steal this newly established joy from your heart. For many years, you were taught to handle these moments of spiritual opposition with intense, aggressive, and often completely exhausting methods. In your younger years, you may have been instructed to engage in loud, frantic spiritual warfare, shouting into the darkness, aggressively rebuking every shadow, and putting on a heavy, clanking metaphorical armor of war that required immense human energy to carry. You were taught to view your spiritual life as a relentless, endless battlefield where you had to remain in a constant state of hyper-vigilant combat just to survive the day. But my beloved, aging warrior, I am speaking a completely new, profoundly gentle paradigm over your life today. You have already fought the long, grueling battles of your youth and your midlife. You have already endured the heat of the day and stood firm in the trenches of earthly sorrow. I am absolutely not asking you to carry a heavy iron sword or to wear a crushing metallic breastplate in this beautiful crowning season of your life. The era of your exhausting, frantic spiritual striving is definitively, permanently over. I am completely redefining the concept of your spiritual armor today, transforming it from a heavy instrument of human exertion into a breathtaking, effortless garment of divine light. I want you to profoundly understand that my very presence is your absolute, impenetrable, and beautifully quiet fortress. When the ancient scriptures speak of finding refuge in the shadow of the Almighty, it is not a call to aggressive combat. It is an incredibly tender invitation to complete, unconditional surrender and absolute safety. I want you to close your physical eyes for a moment and vividly imagine the most secure, magnificent ancient stone sanctuary. Envision massive, towering walls constructed of pure, unyielding granite, completely surrounding a quiet, lush, perfectly manicured inner courtyard. This fortress is situated high upon an unshakable, eternal mountain, entirely elevated above the chaotic, swirling storms of the temporary world below. This beautiful, impenetrable sanctuary is not a physical building you must travel to. It is the absolute spiritual reality of my presence that currently surrounds your soul every single second of the day. When the bitter, freezing winds of cultural panic begin to howl, when the dark, threatening clouds of medical uncertainty gather on the horizon, or when the chaotic, terrifying noise of the world's economy attempts to create panic, those storms simply violently break against the massive, indestructible exterior walls of my grace. They absolutely cannot penetrate the sacred, quiet space where your spirit is currently seated with me. You do not have to stand at the gates of this fortress and frantically fight off the advancing storms with your own limited human strength. Your only profoundly beautiful task is to simply remain inside. You are invited to sit by the warm, glowing hearth of my unconditional love, deeply breathing in the pure, crisp atmosphere of my peace, and completely trusting that the architect of the universe is actively, relentlessly guarding the perimeter of your life. This majestic, quiet fortress of my presence provides an entirely different kind of protection than you may be accustomed to. It is a protection that does not require you to constantly monitor the horizon for threats, because you are entirely enveloped in a light so brilliant, so absolute, and so completely pure that absolutely no shadow can exist within its boundaries. Think about the basic, undeniable physical laws of my creation. When you walk into a completely dark, pitch-black room, you do not have to aggressively physically fight the darkness. You do not have to shout at the shadows, you do not have to forcefully push the blackness out the door. And you do not have to negotiate with the lack of visibility. All you have to do is simply, effortlessly, turn on a single tiny lamp and the darkness instantly, immediately, and completely flees. It has absolutely no choice. Darkness is not an actual substantial entity that can violently resist the light. It is merely the temporary absence of illumination. In this exact same effortless manner, you do not have to frantically fight the dark, menacing shadows of the enemy. The spiritual armor I am graciously providing for you today is simply the radiant, consuming, inescapable light of my indwelling Holy Spirit. When you consciously, purposefully choose to wrap yourself tightly in the warm, comforting blanket of my truth, you are actively putting on the ultimate, impenetrable armor of light. The deceptive shadows of the enemy cannot even approach you without instantly being exposed, dismantled, and completely dissolved by the brilliant, blinding radiance of my love. You are entirely hidden within me. When the enemy looks at you, he no longer sees the fragile, exhausted, vulnerable human being you sometimes feel like. He sees the towering, invincible, blinding reflection of the completely victorious, resurrected Christ. Because the enemy is absolutely terrified of the magnificent light you now carry, and because he knows he can never ever penetrate the massive stone walls of my divine fortress through a frontal, aggressive assault, he will attempt to use a completely different, vastly more subtle strategy against you. He will entirely abandon the loud, frightening tactics of overt war, and instead, he will attempt to use the quiet, insidious weapon of the whisper. This is where you must exercise a profound, gentle vigilance in this twilight season of your life. The deceptive whispers of doubt and fear are incredibly subtle. They do not sound like a roaring, terrifying lion. They often sound exactly like your own internal thoughts, specifically designed to bypass your spiritual defenses by masquerading as practical wisdom, logical concern, or innocent reflection. These whispers love to operate in the quiet, completely solitary spaces of your daily routine. They wait for the moments when you are sitting alone in your favorite chair, watching the rain gently fall against the window glass, or when you are lying perfectly still in the deep, dark hours of the early morning, unable to find the comforting release of sleep. In those incredibly vulnerable, quiet fractions of a second, the shadow will attempt to gently slide a completely toxic, deceptive thought under the heavy, locked door of your mind. These whispers will specifically target the beautiful, restorative truths we have just established together. You will hear a quiet, cold voice suggesting that the profound peace you are currently feeling is merely a temporary, emotional illusion, and that as soon as you step back into your daily routine, all of your agonizing, crushing anxieties will immediately return. The whisper will attempt to resurrect the heavy, suffocating ghosts of your past, gently reminding you of a mistake you made 30 years ago, suggesting that you are not actually fully forgiven and that your twilight years are destined to be a long, mournful period of punishment. The whisper will point an accusing finger at your physical body, highlighting a new ache or a loss of energy, and attempt to weave a terrifying, catastrophic narrative about your complete loss of independence and your eventual agonizing decline. It will look at your prodigal children or your completely estranged family members and whisper that the situation is entirely, irrevocably hopeless, that your decades of faithful prayers were a complete foolish waste of time, and that the beautiful, magnificent restoration I promised you is nothing more than a childish, completely impossible fantasy. These quiet, insidious lies are meticulously, specifically crafted to steal your joy, to completely paralyze your newfound faith, and to violently drag you out of the warm, secure fortress of my presence and back into the cold, chaotic, entirely unprotected wilderness of human striving and frantic panic. But I am empowering you today with the exact, precise strategy you need to completely, permanently silence these deceptive whispers of doubt and fear. When you hear the shadow attempting to speak these terrifying lies into your consciousness, I absolutely do not want you to panic. I do not want you to frantically attempt to out-argue the lie using your own limited, exhausting human logic. Do not engage in a long, draining internal debate with the enemy, for that only gives his completely powerless words an illusion of actual authority. Instead, I want you to practice a profound, completely devastating spiritual stillness. When the quiet, terrifying whisper of fear attempts to completely capture your attention, I want you to simply, gently turn your internal gaze directly toward the brilliant, warm, unshakable light of my eternal promises. You silence the lie not by shouting at it, but by completely, utterly starving it of your precious attention, and simultaneously, actively feeding your spirit with the heavy, undeniable substance of my truth. If the whisper attempts to tell you that you are entirely forgotten and utterly alone in your aging body, you simply take a deep, slow breath and quietly, confidently declare to the atmosphere of your room that you are the deeply cherished, completely beloved, meticulously cared for child of the Most High God, and that I have explicitly promised to never, ever leave you nor forsake you, even to the very end of the age. If the whisper attempts to aggressively resurrect the heavy, suffocating shame of your past failures, you do not cringe and you do not apologize to the darkness. You simply point directly to the historical, undeniable, completely finished work of the cross and calmly declare that there is absolutely no condemnation for those who are safely hidden in me, and that your sins have been permanently cast as far as the east is from the west. If the whisper tries to completely terrorize your mind with catastrophic, terrifying scenarios about tomorrow's financial ruin or medical collapse, you gently, firmly close the door on that horrific, imaginary future, and you loudly bless my holy name for the completely sufficient, overflowing, miraculous grace that is actively sustaining you in this exact, present 24-hour period. This is how you strengthen your spiritual armor. It is not an exhausting, frantic, sweaty battle. It is the quiet, majestic, incredibly powerful assertion of your true eternal identity. Every single time you choose to believe my light over the enemy's shadow, every time you choose to rest in my fortress instead of running out to fight the storm, you are actively driving a massive, unbreakable spike of truth into the ground, completely securing your peace and entirely devastating the enemy's strategy against you. Let us dwell even longer in the magnificent quiet safety of this impenetrable fortress. For I know that the habit of frantic spiritual vigilance is deeply ingrained in your human nature, and it requires a profound, completely saturating immersion in my truth to finally, completely let it go. I want to speak directly to the physical and emotional exhaustion that decades of carrying this false heavy armor has caused you. You have spent so many years completely tense, bracing yourself for the next inevitable spiritual attack, the next sudden tragedy, or the next agonizing trial of your faith. This constant, relentless bracing has created a profound, deep-seated weariness in your very bones, a type of spiritual fatigue that physical sleep absolutely cannot cure. You have often mistaken this profound exhaustion for a lack of faith, quietly condemning yourself for simply not having the energetic, vibrant zeal you possessed in your younger days. But my beloved, your exhaustion is not a symptom of failing faith. It is the completely natural, inevitable consequence of trying to do my job. You were never, ever designed to be the ultimate guardian of your own soul. You were never engineered to carry the massive, crushing weight of actively maintaining your own spiritual security. When I look at your weariness, I see a deeply beloved child who desperately needs to be completely relieved of their self-appointed guard duty. I am stepping into your exact circumstances right now to personally relieve you of your post. Imagine, for a moment, a weary sentinel who has been standing on the high, cold, freezing wall of a castle for countless consecutive nights, frantically scanning the dark horizon for approaching enemies, completely terrified to close their eyes for even a single second. Their muscles are entirely cramped, their eyes are bloodshot and burning, and their mind is hallucinating dangers that do not even exist simply because they are so utterly deprived of rest. Now envision the king himself completely leaving his throne, walking directly up to that freezing, terrified sentinel, gently placing his warm royal hands on their rigid shoulders, and softly saying, "Your watch is entirely over. I will take it from here. You may go inside, sit by the warm fire, and sleep in absolute, completely unshakable peace." That is precisely, exactly what I am doing for you in this very moment. I am the King of Glory, the Lord of Hosts, the absolute, undisputed commander of the most powerful angelic armies in existence. And I am emphatically telling you that you are officially, completely relieved of your agonizing duty to protect yourself. I am actively taking the heavy, burdensome weight of your spiritual security entirely upon my own broad, capable shoulders. You can finally, completely step down from the cold, isolating wall of your hypervigilance. You can absolutely stop frantically scanning the horizon of your future for potential spiritual threats. I am currently standing on that wall. I am the one who neither slumbers nor sleeps. My eyes are constantly, perfectly scanning the entire expanse of eternity. And my protective reach completely encompasses every single detail of your life, from the largest, most terrifying global event to the tiniest microscopic cell in your physical body. This gentle, unyielding resistance brings us to the most beautiful, magnificent, and entirely impenetrable defense mechanism in the entire universe. The absolute, staggering power of a steadfast, completely trusting heart. The world vastly underestimates the sheer, raw, spiritual power of quiet trust. The world honors the aggressive, the loud, the frantic problem solvers, and the anxious builders of earthly empires. But in the completely inverted, beautiful economy of my heavenly kingdom, the most dangerous, profoundly powerful force on the face of the earth is an aging, physically fragile believer who has simply, stubbornly decided that they are absolutely not going to move their feet from the solid bedrock of my promises. You possess an incredible, unique spiritual authority in this specific season of your life that a younger believer simply cannot possess, because your trust has been actively, painfully tested in the fierce, unrelenting fires of actual human experience. You have a massive, deeply written history with me. You are not operating on a theoretical, untested theology you simply read in a book. You are operating on decades of absolute, undeniable proof of my goodness. You have seen me miraculously part the deep, terrifying waters of your past. You have tasted the sweet, unexpected manna I provided in your most barren financial deserts. You have personally felt the gentle, comforting touch of my healing hand in your darkest, most agonizing hours of physical and emotional pain. Because of this profound, lived history, your heart has the incredible capacity to become entirely steadfast. A steadfast heart is like the massive, ancient root system of a giant redwood tree. It does not matter how violently the external winds blow. It does not matter if a completely unexpected drought suddenly arrives. And it absolutely does not matter if the surrounding cultural forest is completely shaking with fear. That massive tree simply will not fall, because its roots are completely, permanently entangled with the deep, unshakable foundation of the earth itself. Your trust in me is that deep, impenetrable root system. When the unexpected medical report arrives, a heart that is not steadfast will instantly shatter into a million pieces of sheer panic. But your steadfast heart will simply absorb the initial human shock, take a deep, steadying breath of my spirit, and quietly anchor itself in the absolute truth that I am the sovereign author of your physical days. When the terrifying financial news breaks on the television, the worldly heart will frantically attempt to hoard its rapidly diminishing resources. But your steadfast heart will gently, generously open its hands, completely confident that the God who feeds the millions of tiny sparrows will absolutely not allow his faithful servant to starve. This level of profound, unshakable trust is the ultimate, perfect spiritual armor. It completely deflects the fiery, terrifying darts of the enemy's anxiety, not by forcefully bouncing them back, but by effortlessly extinguishing them in the massive, deep, cool ocean of your absolute confidence in my character. I am actively surrounding you today with the brilliant, unshakable armor of this absolute truth. The heavy, dark, suffocating shadows of doubt, fear, and insignificance are being completely, permanently burned away by the magnificent, blinding radiance of my unconditional love. You are entirely known, deeply cherished, and completely, miraculously protected. The massive, ancient stone walls of my divine fortress are permanently secured around every single aspect of your existence. You can finally, truly lay your weary head back and rest in the profound, unshakable knowledge that the Creator of the universe is actively, relentlessly standing guard over your soul. The long, exhausting battle is completely over, and the glorious, eternal victory has already been entirely secured. With your faith now secured and your heart fully protected, you are finally ready to step into the ultimate season I have prepared for you. We have traveled a profound, incredibly sacred distance together in this quiet time, my precious and deeply beloved child. You came into this holy space carrying the heavy, suffocating weight of 1,000 unspoken burdens, your shoulders bowed under the exhausting accumulation of decades of silent tears, profound anxieties, and a relentless, driving need to manage the uncontrollable circumstances of your earthly life. You felt entirely depleted, completely drained of the vibrant spiritual energy that once characterized your youth. And you were secretly wondering if the remainder of your days would simply be a long, slow, mournful fade into the background of a world that no longer seemed to notice you. But step by step, word by word, and breath by breath, we have meticulously, lovingly dismantled that heavy, false architecture of fear. We have journeyed deep into the locked cellars of your past, completely washing away the toxic, lingering poison of ancient regrets and parental guilt in the rushing, unstoppable river of my absolute redemption. We have stood together on the precarious edge of your family's future, and you have bravely, beautifully opened your clenched, trembling hands, completely releasing your prodigal children, your estranged relatives, and your innocent grandchildren into the fiercely protective, supremely capable custody of my sovereign care. We have fundamentally shattered the cruel, deceptive illusion of human anxiety, successfully replacing your frantic, exhausting need to control tomorrow with a deep, unshakable, profoundly restful trust in my flawless timing and my unexpected, daily provision. And we have entirely permanently silenced the insidious, terrifying whispers of the enemy, wrapping your vulnerable soul in the magnificent, blinding, impenetrable armor of my eternal light. Now, as the heavy dust of your long, grueling battle finally settles, and as the chaotic, terrifying noise of your lifelong striving fades into a beautiful, majestic silence, we have arrived at the ultimate destination of our conversation. Do you remember the very specific, intimate promise I made to you at the very beginning of our time together? I gently asked you to simply stop running, to lay down your heavy shield, and to stay here with me in this quiet space, promising that if you did, I would reveal exactly how I am already working in the unseen shadows of your life to bring you a divine blessing you never saw coming. The time has finally arrived to completely unveil that profound, breathtaking blessing. The world has conditioned you to expect that a divine blessing must always manifest as a sudden, dramatic change in your external circumstances, a miraculous influx of earthly wealth, an instant, total reversal of a complex medical condition, or a sudden, loud vindication before your critics. While I am infinitely capable of performing all of those external miracles, the divine blessing I have been meticulously preparing for you in the shadows is vastly more profound, infinitely more enduring, and overwhelmingly more beautiful than any temporary earthly relief. The blessing I am actively bestowing upon you right now is the complete, total, and glorious spiritual redemption of your twilight years. I am fundamentally, completely changing the entire spiritual trajectory of the time you have remaining on this earth. The enemy desperately wanted you to believe that your best, most useful, and most joyful days were entirely locked away in the distant past. He wanted you to accept the tragic, worldly narrative that aging is nothing more than a cruel process of gradual loss, a slow, humiliating diminishment of your value, your influence, and your purpose. But I am permanently shattering that lie today with the roaring, undeniable truth of my kingdom. Your twilight years are absolutely not a season of fading away. They are uniquely, specifically ordained by my hand to be the absolute, most spiritually fruitful, radiant, and powerfully impactful season of your entire earthly existence. I want you to look closely at the magnificent, breathtaking beauty of the natural world I created, for it actively, constantly testifies to the profound truth of what I am doing in your life. Consider the sky. At the very end of the day, the harsh, blinding, demanding light of the midday sun is entirely completely focused on relentless activity, on intense labor, and on the exhausting heat of earthly production. But when the day finally begins to transition into the evening twilight, something completely miraculous happens to the atmosphere. The sky does not simply turn dull and gray. Instead, it completely explodes into a breathtaking, sweeping masterpiece of deep, complex, incredibly vibrant colors, rich crimsons, deep purples, and brilliant, shining golds. The twilight reveals a profound, majestic beauty that the busy, frantic midday completely washes out and obscures. The evening sky is not apologizing for the fact that the sun is going down. It is actively, triumphantly celebrating the glorious conclusion of the day in a magnificent display of quiet, unshakable glory. My beloved child, you are currently entering the magnificent twilight of your earthly life, and I am telling you that your spirit is about to display a depth of beauty, a richness of wisdom, and a profound, radiant peace that you simply could never have possessed in the frantic, exhausting midday of your youth. The frantic, sweaty labor of your middle years is completely finished. The desperate, anxious striving to build a career, to raise a completely dependent family, and to aggressively secure your place in a competitive world is over. You are now entirely free to transition from a life of frantic, outward production to a life of profound, inward reflection and majestic spiritual presence. In the entirely upside-down, beautifully inverted economy of my heavenly kingdom, true spiritual fruitfulness is absolutely not measured by the frantic speed of your physical movements or the sheer volume of your public activities. As your physical, external capacity naturally, gracefully slows down, your internal, spiritual capacity is actively, exponentially expanding. I want you to completely embrace this new season as the ultimate, magnificent harvest of your entire life. Think of a master vineyard that has been carefully, meticulously cultivated for decades. The young, early vines produce a massive quantity of fruit, but the wine they yield is often sharp, unrefined, and lacking in true depth. It is only the oldest, most deeply rooted, most heavily weather-tested vines that possess the capacity to draw the richest, most complex minerals from the deep, hidden subterranean layers of the earth. The grapes produced by these ancient, gnarled vines may be fewer in number, but they yield a vintage of wine that is astonishingly rich, profoundly complex, and incredibly valuable. This is the exact, beautiful reality of your current spiritual state. You have endured the fierce, scorching droughts of sorrow. You have survived the freezing, bitter winters of profound loss. You have been carefully, lovingly pruned by my sovereign hand through decades of completely unexpected trials and deep, agonizing challenges. Because of this long, faithful endurance, your spiritual roots have bypassed the shallow, superficial soil of easy answers and have tapped directly into the deep, unshakable, eternal bedrock of my character. The spiritual fruit you are producing right now, the quiet, gentle patience you show to a frustrated stranger, the deep, unshakable peace you radiate in the middle of a frightening medical waiting room, the profound, tested wisdom you softly speak to a younger, terrified believer, is the most exquisite, valuable vintage of grace you have ever offered to the world. I have absolutely, intentionally saved the best wine of your life for this exact, final hour of the feast. Because of this profound, refined beauty, you must immediately and entirely reject the toxic, crippling lie that you have somehow become a burden to the people around you. The modern, secular culture you live in is entirely obsessed with youth, completely idolizing speed, independence, and physical perfection. When you mistakenly measure your own worth using the broken, incredibly shallow ruler of this fallen world, you will inevitably feel marginalized, useless, and entirely invisible. But you are absolutely not a citizen of this passing world. You are a deeply cherished, profoundly honored, royal citizen of my eternal kingdom, and in my kingdom, the silver hair of the elderly is considered a magnificent, towering crown of radiant glory. Your mere presence in a room is a heavy, stabilizing anchor for the frantic, anxious generations coming up behind you. They desperately, secretly need you. They need to see a living, breathing human being who has walked through the darkest, most terrifying valleys of the human experience and emerged on the other side with their faith completely intact, their joy entirely preserved, and their heart completely unembittered. They need to sit quietly at your feet and absorb the profound, unshakable resilience that you have earned through decades of holding on to my promises when absolutely nothing in the physical world made any logical sense. You are the faithful patriarch, the enduring matriarch, the profound spiritual historian of your family line and your community. Your quiet, consistent, faithful presence is the most powerful, undeniable sermon you will ever preach. Every single time you choose to smile warmly in the face of physical pain, every time you choose to speak a word of gentle, unconditional grace instead of harsh criticism, you are actively, powerfully releasing the fragrant, healing aroma of my presence into a world that is completely starving for authentic, tested hope. As you actively step into this completely redefined, magnificent season of ultimate fruitfulness, I am now going to pronounce a final, comprehensive, absolutely unbreakable blessing of deep, unshakable peace over every single area of your existence. I want you to physically open your hands one more time, resting them gently on your lap, and completely open your spirit to receive the heavy, substantial, permanent weight of this divine benediction. This is absolutely not a temporary fleeting wish for a good day. This is a permanent, authoritative, divine decree issued directly from the eternal throne of the universe, specifically targeted at the precise coordinates of your life. First, I decree a profound, absolute, and impenetrable peace over the physical structure of your home. From this exact moment forward, let the very walls of your dwelling place be completely saturated with the warm, golden light of my presence. I command my warring angels to permanently stand guard at every single door and every single window of your house, completely barring entry to any spirit of fear, any shadow of anxiety, and any whisper of depression. When you walk through your hallways, you will physically feel a deep, resonant, undeniable calmness in the atmosphere. Your home will no longer be a place where you sit alone and frantically worry about the future. It will be a designated, sacred sanctuary of rest, a quiet, holy refuge where my spirit dwells in absolute, unbroken communion with yours. Second, I pronounce a total, complete, and permanent peace over your physical body and your weary mind. I command the chaotic, frantic rhythm of your anxious nervous system to entirely, permanently settle into the slow, steady, majestic cadence of my eternal grace. I completely break the heavy, exhausting chains of insomnia and night terrors that have stolen your rest for so long. When you lay your head on your pillow tonight, you will be instantly enveloped in a thick, heavy, warm blanket of divine comfort. Your sleep will be profoundly deep, entirely uninterrupted, and miraculously restorative. You will wake up each morning not with a heavy, sinking feeling of dread about the challenges of the day, but with a light, joyful, quiet anticipation of the daily bread and the unexpected, beautiful mercies I have already prepared for you. I bless your physical frame with the exact, precise measure of strength, flexibility, and endurance you require to completely fulfill every single remaining purpose I have ordained for your life. You will absolutely not lack any good thing, and you will navigate any physical changes not with terror, but with a profound, majestic dignity, completely supported by my everlasting arms. Third, I seal the profound, miraculous work of reconciliation and restoration we have begun in your family line. I pronounce a deep, sweeping, multi-generational blessing of peace over your children, your grandchildren, and your entire extended bloodline. The heavy, agonizing season of your desperate, anxious striving to fix them is officially over. The seeds of intercession you have faithfully planted in tears for decades are right now, in this very moment, breaking through the dark soil of their resistance. I bless the prodigals with a sudden, overwhelming, entirely inescapable homesickness for my presence. I bless the fractured, bitter relationships with a completely miraculous, sudden dissolving of all ancient pride and all hardened resentment. I decree that the golden thread of my unconditional, scandalous mercy is actively sewing your family back together, creating a tapestry of generational faith that will completely outlast your earthly life by centuries. You will live to profoundly witness the absolute, undeniable goodness of the Lord in the land of the living, and your family will be completely, entirely restored. Finally, we are going to formalize and eternally seal this beautiful, unshakable state of rest through a sacred, unbreakable covenant between you and me. I know that the human heart is fragile, and I know that when the powerful emotion of this specific encounter eventually fades, the enemy will attempt to convince you that this peace was just a temporary illusion. Therefore, I am not merely giving you a feeling, I am establishing an eternal, legally binding spiritual covenant with your soul today. A covenant in my kingdom is absolutely not a fragile human contract that can be broken by your mistakes or annulled by your future failures. A divine covenant is a permanent, unilateral oath sealed entirely by my own blood, completely dependent on my perfect character and absolutely guaranteed by my sovereign power. Today, I am making a permanent covenant of rest with you. I swear by my own holy name that I will completely, relentlessly, and fiercely protect the peace I have imparted to you today. When you stumble, as you inevitably will because you are still clothed in human frailty, this covenant will absolutely not break. Instead, it will instantly activate an overwhelming, massive tide of fresh grace to gently lift you back to your feet. When the world completely shakes and the mountains fall into the heart of the sea, this covenant of peace will remain completely, entirely immovable, serving as the solid, indestructible anchor for your soul. I want you to profoundly understand what this eternal covenant means for the final transition of your life. The world looks at the end of earthly existence with absolute, unmitigated terror, viewing death as a violent, dark, terrifying cliff that one must eventually fall over into a completely unknown abyss. But because you are securely, permanently wrapped in this covenant of peace, your perspective on the end of your earthly journey must be entirely, radically different. For you, my beloved, there is absolutely no dark cliff. There is no terrifying abyss. The transition from your physical life into my eternal presence will absolutely not be a violent, frightening disruption. It will simply be the gentle, quiet, seamless continuation of the profound rest we have fully established today. When the appointed day finally arrives, a day that I have already perfectly planned with infinite love and meticulous care, you will absolutely not face it alone, nor will you face it with an ounce of fear. You will simply close your tired earthly eyes in the deep, familiar safety of my presence. And in the very next fraction of a second, you will open your eternal, completely restored spiritual eyes in the blinding, magnificent, overwhelming reality of my heavenly glory. It will feel exactly like walking out of a dimly lit, slightly drafty room, stepping gently through a beautiful, familiar doorway, and instantly walking directly into the warmest, brightest, most incredibly joyful home you have ever known. The face you have sought in the quiet darkness for decades, the voice that has whispered comfort to you through your deepest trials, will finally be entirely, brilliantly visible to you. I will personally be standing at that doorway, my arms completely wide open, and the very first words you will hear in eternity will be my voice declaring, "Well done, my good and incredibly faithful servant. Enter now completely, fully, and permanently into the eternal joy of your Master." But until that glorious appointed day arrives, you have a beautiful, quiet, magnificent life left to live right here on this earth. You are entirely free now. The heavy, rusty, suffocating chains of your past regrets have been permanently shattered. The crushing, impossible burden of managing your family's spiritual destiny has been entirely, completely lifted from your shoulders and placed securely on my altar. The exhausting, terrifying phantom of anxiety regarding your future provision and your physical health has been completely banished from your mind. And the loud, frantic, entirely unnecessary armor of religious striving has been completely replaced by the soft, warm, impenetrable, and radiant garment of my divine light. You are entirely, completely clean. You are entirely, completely safe. You are entirely, completely loved. I want you to take one final, incredibly deep, slow breath right now. Breathe in the absolute, pure, undeniable reality of my unconditional affection for you. Hold it in your lungs for a moment, and as you slowly exhale, let every single remaining molecule of earthly tension, every last microscopic trace of spiritual fear, and every lingering shadow of human doubt completely and permanently leave your body. Look around the quiet room you are sitting in. It is no longer a place of solitary confinement or anxious waiting. It is the absolute center of my grace, a holy sanctuary where the Creator of the cosmos has specifically, intentionally come to sit with you, to heal you, and to completely restore your soul. You have fought the good fight, you have kept the profound faith, and you have entirely finished the grueling, exhausting course of your earthly striving. You do not need to figure anything else out today. You do not need to make any more massive plans for tomorrow. You simply need to exist, profoundly and beautifully, in the quiet, absolute safety of my unshakable love. The long, heavy, agonizing day is entirely over. The glorious, majestic twilight has beautifully arrived, and the magnificent, eternal victory is absolutely, undeniably yours. Rest now, my beloved, for the work is done, and my grace is forever yours.